God-level favorability system, sexy beauties surround me. Click, click. In a dim office, Yifan was typing on the keyboard, staring at the screen with lifeless eyes. Yes, he was working overtime. After finishing his work, Yifan stretched, packed up his documents, and prepared to leave work. However, perhaps because he had been sitting for too long, he felt dazed as soon as he stood up. Even some strange images appeared in front of him. It took a long time before he recovered. Are you old? Yifan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and left the company. The night in Yanjing was full of noise. He took a deep breath and was about to go to the subway station when a woman and two men walked past him laughing. He subconsciously took a look and was startled. Because strange symbols appeared around these three people. One of the couples looked very affectionate, like a couple. The man had an arrow pointing at the woman, with a heart on it and a number 85 in the middle of the heart. However, the woman's arrow did not point at the man, but pointed at each other with another man, with the number as high as 87. And the colors of the two arrows were different. The front one was black, while the back one pointing at each other was red. Yifan rubbed his eyes and looked at another couple next to him. There was also a red arrow pointing at each other between the couple, with the number 69, but the expression looked a little unnatural. It's not an illusion. After discovering this, Yifan showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Could it be that this was something like favorability? The first black arrow of the three people before should be that in the couple. Although the man liked the woman had an unclear relationship with another man. In other words, the black-arrowed man was cheated. The couple behind them, although they like each other, should have just confirmed their relationship not long ago, so the number is only 69 points, and their expressions are slightly unnatural. I have a golden finger. Yifan muttered to himself, with a little excitement in his eyes. Although I don't know what the golden finger is for now, it is a supernatural power. Who doesn't want to be a superpower? Snap! At this time, Yifan suddenly felt a collision from behind. He staggered a few steps, and then heard a woman falling to the ground and screaming. It hurts! Yifan turned around quickly when he heard the sound, and saw a woman with short chestnut-colored hair and professional clothes, who was lowering her head and picking up the scattered documents in a hurry. Before he could react, two options suddenly appeared in his eyes. 1. Help her pick up the documents on the ground, and then ask, "Are you okay?" 2. Pretend not to see it and walk past. New function. Yifan's eyes widened immediately, and after hesitating for a moment, he was ready to try to act according to the options. Of course, as a person with normal IQ, he would definitely choose the first one. Thank you. After seeing the person she had just bumped into squatting down to help her pick up the documents, the woman showed a trace of gratitude on her face and thanked her quickly. Yifan subconsciously glanced at her after hearing this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman in front of him, in terms of appearance, is even better than his goddess. Not only does she have a pair of big watery eyes, but her figure is also exquisite, and she also has a taste of a mature queen. In the crowd, she is definitely a big beauty with a 100% rate of turning back. However, I always feel a little familiar. Huh? At this time, Yifan frowned slightly. Because he actually saw two icons next to the woman's head. One of them is a heart icon, which shows 0. And the other one? It is very obvious, that is, the icon of the love action card type, which also shows 0. Could it be that? Thinking of the previous options, Yifan's eyes were filled with thought. Might make the situation awkward. But Lin Mengqing took the initiative to break the silence. Are you really a programmer? Yifan smiled faintly and nodded. That's right, a lowly one at that. Not at all. Lin Mengqing smiled softly. I think your personality is great. You just tend to underestimate yourself. Yifan's heart fluttered, and the affection score rose again. But the thought just now was like a thorn in the flesh, and he couldn't get rid of it. Boom. At this moment, a muffled thunder suddenly came from the dark sky. Is it going to rain? Lin Mengqing looked up, frowned, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her pretty face. The options appeared again. 1. Frowning, it seems to be raining, and the clinic is not far away. If you don't mind, why don't I help you over there? 2. Smiling, yes, it's going to rain, I have to go home to collect clothes. This golden finger is a bit naughty. Yifan pondered for a moment, and said to Lin Mengqing, it seems to be raining, and the clinic is not far away. If you don't mind, why don't I help you over there? To be honest, he has never held a woman's hand in his life, but now he can say such words, which is really incredible. Sure enough, after having the options, he became much bolder. This. Lin Mengqing glanced at Yifan secretly after hearing this, her face slightly flushed. She was quite fond of this boy who looked a few years younger than her and had obviously just graduated from college. Although he was not very handsome, he was also handsome and had a clean temperament. He made people like him at first sight. He seemed to be harmless and cared for her in his words. He was a warm man. In general, he met his standards for choosing a spouse. Then I'll trouble you. Lin Mengqing hesitated for a moment and nodded shyly. Yifan helped Lin Mengqing up nervously. There was some physical contact that inevitably made his heart beat faster. Puff. A light laugh came. Lin Mengqing covered her mouth, looked at Yifan who was a little stiff, and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous, sister? I won't eat you." Options appear. 1. Helplessly said, "This is the first time I am so close to a big beauty like you, how can I not be nervous?" 2. Frowning, "No, it's because the perfume on your body is too strong." Yifan smelled the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, and said helplessly, "This is the first time I am so close to a big beauty like you, how can I not be nervous?" While he was talking, he observed Lin Mengqing's favorability. Sure enough, after 2 conversations, the value behind the favorability icon has become 48 points, and the number behind the slightly shy icon has become 20 points. Sniff. Lin Mengqing smiled even more when she heard this, and then glared at Yifan. She didn't believe this nonsense. Because of the close distance, Yifan clearly saw that Lin Mengqing's ears were slightly red. Women are indeed hypocritical. The favorability has obviously increased by 3 points. Come to the clinic. The doctor who examined Lin Mengqing was a middle-aged female doctor. The bones are nothing serious, just rest for a few days. I have disinfected you. Remember to eat light food these days. The middle-aged female doctor said with a smile after throwing away the disinfectant cotton in her hand. Sorry to bother you, Dr. Wang. Lin Mengqing nodded quickly to show that she understood. Okay, come out with me and pay the money, a total of 35 yuan. Dr. Wang waved to Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan subconsciously walked over, but unexpectedly, Dr. Wang continued to say, "You are too incompetent as a boyfriend. The girl is so beautiful. What if she falls on her face? Remember to be careful next time, understand?" No. Yifan looked back quickly. But he found that Lin Mengqing's big eyes had already curved into crescents, and she was covering her mouth and looking at him with a funny face while being scolded by Dr. Wang. After paying the money, Yifan found that Lin Mengqing could already walk on the ground. Although it was still a little awkward, at least he didn't need to continue to support her. He was about to speak when the options appeared again. 1. Walk to her side and frown, don't be stubborn. What if you sprain it again? It will add to the injury. You should rest for at least half a month. 2. Spread your hands and smile, it seems that you don't need my help. These 2 options seem to be fine. However, Yifan hesitated for a while and decided to choose the first one. He hurried over and frowned and said, "Don't be stubborn. What if you sprain it again? It will add to the injury. You should rest for at least half a month." I didn't pretend to be stubborn. I'm fine now. After Lin Mengqing finished speaking, she seemed to want to prove it. She tiptoed up slightly. But as soon as she landed, her right knee seemed to be hit by the weakness curse, and she felt powerless. She only had time to scream and fell backwards. It's over. Lin Mengqing closed her eyes in horror. However, the imagined landing on the back of her head did not happen. She seemed to fall on a sponge, which was not only warm but also painless. She quickly understood what was going on and opened her eyes. What she saw was Yifan with a helpless face. Ding, favorability 20. No, sorry. Lin Mengqing was embarrassed and left Yifan's arms with a red face and stood aside. This wave of big profits. Yifan felt the remaining temperature on his fingertips with some regret. It was the first time for him to be so close to a girl. Unfortunately, before he could feel it properly, the benefit was gone. Options appeared. 1. Helplessly said, "Does your knee hurt? I'll let Dr. Wang take a look at you again." 2. Said unhappily, "Are you very free? Want to take a long vacation?" This is a completely free question. Yifan scratched his head and said helplessly, "Does your knee hurt? I'll let Dr. Wang take a look at you again." Ding! Favorability 20. No, no. Lin Mengqing waved her hand and said, "My knee doesn't hurt at all. It's late. I have to go home to sort out the documents for tomorrow." She didn't want others to know about her stupid behavior. That would be too embarrassing. "How much is it just now? I'll transfer it to you through Alipay." As if she wanted to change the subject, Lin Mengqing lifted her hair and said. Options appeared. 1. Shaked her head and said, "It's not much money, forget it." 2. Shaked her head and said, "It's just 35 yuan, forget about the transfer, and buy me coffee next time." Yifan rolled his eyes and chose the second one. He shook his head and said, "It's just 35 yuan. Forget about transferring the money. Please buy me a cup of coffee when you are free." Oh. Lin Mengqing raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "Okay, there are still tricks. Order. Favorability 3. Then, she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, but it's so late today, I won't buy you a cup. Scan your WeChat and I'll add you as a friend and buy you another day." After that, she took out her mobile phone, and Yifan also took out his mobile phone quickly. After the two added each other as friends, they came to the outside of the clinic. "Thank you today. Anyway, your company is across from me. Let's talk another day." Lin Mengqing tilted her head and said with a smile. Options appeared. 1. Smiled, "Well, be careful when walking, and send me a message when you get home." 2. Smiled, "You're welcome. Do you want me to take you home? Well, be careful when you walk, and send me a message when you get home." Yifan hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "Okay." Lin Mengqing was stunned, then smiled and nodded, waved her hand and said, "Goodbye then." After that, she turned around and left slowly. Halfway through, she looked back, but then walked quickly to the subway station. Yifan frowned slightly, because he found that the conversation just now did not increase the favorability. The value behind the heart icon was still 76 points after the last conversation. Could it be that he made a wrong choice? Should he choose to send her home? No. His eyes suddenly widened, and he saw that the value behind the shy icon had unconsciously turned into 60 points, almost catching up with the favorability. Could it be that he just missed something? Yifan felt a little regretful. But then he adjusted his mood. After all, Lin Mengqing's WeChat had been added, and she was working in the company opposite. If he wanted to meet her in the future, he would definitely be able to meet her. Ding! At this moment, the phone suddenly received a text message. He picked it up and took a look. "Your card with the last number 5073 received 76,000 yuan in ICBC income transfer at 22:35 on the 30th, and the current balance is 76,350.23 yuan, ICBC. Really rich." Yifan's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. More than 70,000 yuan, which is almost equivalent to his salary for 20 months, and now he can get it just by chatting with a girl. This golden finger of his is really awesome. Yes. He couldn't help but clenched his fist and shouted, and then walked away with his head held high in the surprised eyes of the people around him. Chapter 3 Dao Yao Yao. As the capital, consumption in Yanjing, Beijing is naturally very high. Yifan's rented apartment is located on the 5th Ring Road, with an area of about 20 square meters. Since it is a shared rental with partitions, it doesn't have a private bathroom, but despite that, the rent still costs 1,000 yuan per month. The only benefit is that there is a subway station nearby, making commuting relatively convenient. Click. Opening the outer security door, as Yifan stepped into the shared hallway, his expression froze. The originally narrow hallway was now filled with all sorts of paper boxes. The room on the right, which had always been vacant, was now lit up, with various noises coming from inside. A new neighbor? Yifan thought to himself and carefully moved forward, trying not to touch the scattered boxes on the floor. Just as he was about to pass by the room, the sound of footsteps echoed. "Hi." A tinkling female voice came from inside the room. Yifan instinctively turned his head, and what he saw was a girl who looked somewhat trendy. She wore a black leather jacket on her upper body and ripped jeans on the bottom. Her skin was very fair, her features delicate, and her eyes were heavily adorned with smoky makeup. Her short hair, which hung to her shoulders, was dyed a deep green, and her lips were painted a dark red. She looked extremely stylish and edgy. If he remembered correctly, this was the punk makeup style that had become quite popular recently. Options instantly appeared. Smile lightly and say, "Hello, did you just move in? I live next door in 1001. Look shocked and say, "Damn, are you trying to scare me half to death at this hour?" Yifan twitched his eyelid. These choices weren't difficult at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Hello, did you just move in? I live next door in 1001. Ding affection +1. Unexpected delight, 1000 renminbi entered account. Yeah, I just moved in today." The punk girl blew the bangs off her forehead, pointed at the paper boxes in the hallway, and grinned, saying, "I have a lot of stuff, but don't worry, I'll clean it up soon." Options. Ask, "Do you need help?" Nod and leave. It was no surprise that, if the plot was to continue, the first option would be the best. "Do you need help?" Yifan looked around at the cluttered surroundings and asked, "What? You trying to hit on me?" The punk girl raised an eyebrow, scanning Yifan from top to bottom, and then laughed. Ding affection +1. Damn, that was direct. Before Yifan could think much, the options appeared again. Frown and say, "Do I really look that desperate? Besides, you're not even my type." Smile and say, "Yeah, why not give me a chance? Yeah, why not give me a chance?" Yifan raised an eyebrow, then his eyes shifted, and he smiled. From their previous conversations, it seemed that this girl was straightforward. If he spoke bluntly, maybe it would have an effect. Sure enough, the affection points increased by 5 and became 7. The punk girl looked a little surprised, tilted her head and looked at Yifan for a moment, then pointed to the paper boxes on the ground and said, "Well, it's not impossible. Help me bring these things into the room, and I'll treat you to late night snacks later." Options appeared. Once inside, ask, "You trust me to just walk into your room like this?" Once inside, ask, "Do you live alone?" Yifan bent down to lift one of the paper boxes, then walked into the punk girl's room. As soon as he stepped in, a faint lavender scent filled his nostrils. After taking a few light sniffs, he set the box down and asked, "You trust me to just walk into your room like this? Their wolf prevention techniques I know are pretty good, you little thing better not get any ideas." The punk girl glanced back at him, gestured with her slender arms, and then waved her hand dismissively before crouching down to start sorting through her things. "Where am I small?" Yifan shrugged and didn't argue, continuing to help move the boxes. In the meantime, he noticed the affection points had increased by 4, bringing them to a total of 11. After a flurry of activity, the room was nearly sorted, and Yifan checked his phone to see that it was almost midnight. Damn, I haven't even said goodnight to the goddess. Thinking this, he quickly opened the goddess's WeChat and, after some hesitation, sent a message, "Been busy today, just got home, good night." What's this? Sending a text to your girlfriend? As soon as Yifan clicked send, he felt a tap on his shoulder that nearly scared him to death. He turned around irritably. What met his eyes was the punk girl, looking at him with big, curious eyes, holding 2 cans of beer in her hands. Options appeared. Irritatedly say, "You're not my mom, why do you care?" Sigh and then explain your situation to her. Damn, which one should I pick? The first option is definitely not good, because if he said that, it would ruin everything, and who knows if the punk girl would throw the beer cans at his head. As for the second, Yifan felt like his life had been pretty pathetic lately, so how could he tell someone else his sad story? Fine, whatever, I'll just go for it. Yifan gritted his teeth and told the punk girl the whole story about how he had been trying to please the goddess. You're such an idiot. The punk girl grew more irritated as she listened, finally exclaiming in frustration, "This girl obviously sees you as a backup option, and you're still giving her money every month. She's probably using your money to go on dates with other men right now. If I were you, I'd de-block her immediately." So what if she's a campus beauty? How many campus beauties have ended up being kept women after they leave school? In my opinion, this girl is not only a green tea bitch, but who knows what's going on down there. Only someone like you would take her as a goddess. Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this girl rant about his goddess. This woman is a bit fierce. However, strangely enough, unlike before when he would have been furious if someone called his goddess a green tea bitch, now he felt no disgust at all. Noticing this, Yifan began to ponder. After a while, a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. Before he got the golden finger, he was just a loser with a narrow social circle, and the goddess was the only beautiful woman he could interact with. Any normal man would try their best to please her. But things were different now. In just the past 2 or 3 hours, he had already encountered Lin Mengqing and the punk girl. Their looks were definitely on par with, if not surpassing, Han Suyen's in some ways. Moreover, Lin Mengqing's affection had already reached over 70 points. After chatting a bit more, she might even be willing to be his girlfriend. Was there any need for him to keep acting like an inferior simp? Here, the punk girl said, placing the beer she had originally given Yifan heavily on the table. Then, she sat down on the couch, looking a bit upset, and drank the beer in one go. Has she got a story to tell? Yifan snapped back to his senses and, thoughtfully, looked at the affection value in his heart. After telling her his story, the punk girl's affection score jumped 20 points, reaching 31. Options appeared. Take out a cigarette, hand it to her, and smile. You're right, such people are not worth staying in contact with. Get angry and say, don't insult my goddess. Yifan scratched his head, took a pack of Red Tower cigarettes from his pocket, walked over to the punk girl, handed her one, and smiled. You're right, such people are not worth staying in contact with. Noticing there was an ashtray on the table, he figured she probably smoked too. Ding affection +5. Thanks. The punk girl took it, then skillfully pulled out a lighter, took a puff, and looked at Yifan. Since you agree with me, you should delete that green tea bitch right now. Huh? Yifan also lit a cigarette and froze for a moment at her words. Options appeared. Immediately delete the goddess's WeChat. Pretend to be clueless, find an excuse, and change the subject. After some hesitation, Yifan, with a complicated look on his face, opened his phone, found the goddess's WeChat, and realized that just a few hours ago, she had seemed so unreachable, and her responses had been a great encouragement. Even when she asked him for money multiple times, he had tried his best to please her. But now, he didn't want to continue this way. Click, delete. Yifan placed his phone screen in front of the punk girl and smiled, deleted. Good boy. The punk girl, who had been expressionless before, finally revealed a smile. Ding affection +20. Yifan was a bit surprised. The affection points were increasing fast, and within just a short time, his affection had reached 56. Wait. He swallowed, looking at the affection and the shy value in shock, which had now reached 58. What was going on? Let me introduce myself, Dao Yao Yao, a Beipiao migrant currently working as a resident singer in a bar. Dao Yao Yao stretched out her right hand, a slight smile on her lips, and her bright eyes shimmered with an unspoken meaning. Yifan, also a Beipiao, but my job isn't as artistic as yours. I work as a programmer at a software company. Yifan reached out and shook her hand, feeling a soft sensation that made his heart flutter. Being a programmer is good too. It's way more stable than my job. Come on, let us have a drink. Dao Yao Yao raised her beer and motioned for him to drink. Yifan didn't want to spoil the mood, so he took the beer and drank with her. After finishing one bottle, Dao Yao Yao suddenly produced several more cans of beer and some snacks from who knows where. The two of them chatted, smoked, and drank, completely losing track of time, until it was already 1:30 a.m. The options appeared a few more times during their chat, some adding affection points and some not adding anything at all. After one more round of conversation, new options appeared. Casually ask, I've been talking about myself, how about you tell me something about your life? Mention that it's late and that you need to head home. Yifan popped a peanut into his mouth, looked at Dao Yao Yao, who was drinking alone, and said, I've been talking about myself, how about you tell me something about your life? Options appeared. Ask, so, did you do it? Say, you're drunk. You're drunk. Yifan turned his head to the side, a little nervous as he said. He suddenly felt a bit unsure because Dao Yao Yao's affection had already risen to 79, and the shy value behind the icon was at 81. TCH, I'm not drunk. Dao Yao Yao raised her eyebrows, as if she had found an interesting toy. Instead of returning to her seat, she sat beside Yifan. She then crossed her legs, propped her head up with her left hand, and looked at Yifan with great interest. Until Yifan's ears turned red from being stared at, she finally withdrew her gaze and continued, We've been together for more than half a year. At first, it was quite nice. He even promised that if he had good songs, he would help me release an album. But later, I started to feel something wasn't right. The album was nowhere to be seen, and he was always taking calls behind my back. He never let me see his phone. Guess what happened in the end? What happened in the end? Yifan asked uneasily. He got married. Dao Yao Yao shrugged, lit a cigarette, and after blowing out a smoke ring, she said, "It's funny. The day before the wedding, we had dinner together and chatted happily. As for the bride, she's a middle-aged woman who promised him more opportunities. So, I'm no different from you." After saying that, she finished half a bottle of beer in one go. She drank so quickly that she immediately choked on it. Cough, cough. Yifan quickly grabbed a tissue and handed it to Dao Yao Yao. Thanks. Dao Yao Yao wiped her mouth and casually tossed the tissue aside. She then stared at Yifan and said softly, "It's already late. I'm going to rest now." Options appeared. Laugh and say, "I'm not done drinking yet. How about we have some more?" Nodding and saying, "Yeah, I'm a bit tired too. Let's chat another day." After hesitating for a moment, Yifan chose the second option. He was afraid if he stayed any longer, things would get out of hand. So, he nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, "Yeah, I'm a bit tired too. Let's chat another day." Just as he was about to turn around, something suddenly tugged at his clothes. Before he could react, a force pulled him backward, and he fell onto the sofa. Immediately after, Dao Yao Yao's exquisite face grew larger in his sight. "I suddenly don't want to rest anymore." She gave a seductive smile, slowly leaning down. Yifan only had time to glance at the two icons before a faint smell of alcohol filled his mouth. Unknowingly, Dao Yao Yao's affection had reached 82, and the shy icon's value had soared to 102. The next morning, Dao Yao Yao felt like she had lost her mind. She had only wanted to change her environment and start a new life, but she ended up getting deeply involved with someone she had just met a few hours ago. One night stand. Her face expressionless, she threw off the blanket and first looked at Yifan, who was still fast asleep. A flash of complexity crossed her eyes, then her gaze was drawn to a streak of red on the bed sheets. TCH. Although she was a little regretful, why did it feel like she didn't regret it? Dao Yao Yao rubbed her slightly sore forehead, and her fair face flushed slightly. What she hadn't told Yifan was that although she had been dating that scumbag for more than half a year, she still had a bit of smarts and hadn't given away her most precious thing. Who would have thought she ended up losing it to this little kid? Thinking of this, Dao Yao Yao couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Smack! Yifan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside, startling him awake. What he saw was a girl with smudged makeup and messy hair, but still extremely beautiful. But why did she seem so familiar? How? You don't recognize me after one night? Dao Yao Yao picked up a pack of cigarettes from the nightstand, took one, lit it, and, seeing Yifan's dazed expression, was beyond angry. She clearly remembered how wild things had gotten the night before. Her still so lower body was a testament to that. Clears throat. Yifan coughed twice, his thoughts starting to clear. Helped with the move, talked, drank, both got a little tipsy, the shy icon broke past 100. And then, a streak of red. Options appeared. Tease, still hungry from last night. How about breakfast? Ask, aren't you going to wear some clothes? Oh, planning to quit my job. I'll go handle my resignation this afternoon. Yifan answered casually. Although the options appeared, Yifan didn't follow the prompts this time. He didn't want to keep selecting the same answers every time. Plus, what if the options disappeared eventually? Wouldn't he instantly reveal his true nature? Chapter 4 New Features. Congratulations, you have successfully captured a girl. A new feature has been enabled. You can now view the attributes of all girls. At this moment, a string of characters suddenly flashed before Yifan's eyes. Property? He was slightly stunned, and then he found that a new icon had appeared on Dao Yaoyao's body. This icon showed Dao Yaoyao's animated appearance, which looked quite cute. How to check? As Yifan was thinking this, a translucent panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Peach blossoms. Age, 24. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 82, 54, 88. X experience, 1 time. Current situation, nervous, happy, uneasy, and a bit sub-healthy due to smoking and staying up late. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Dao Yao Yao was sitting in front of the dressing table at this time, blowing her wet hair with a hair dryer. When she saw Yifan's eyes, a hint of doubt appeared on her fair and flawless face. No problem. Do you want to go downstairs and have a meal together? I'm going to resign soon. Yifan hesitated for a moment, put on his pants, came behind Dao Yao Yao, took the hair dryer, and started blowing her hair. Ding, favorability 20. There is still no option recommended by the cheat code, but Dao Yao Yao's favorability has overflowed to 150 at this time. In other words, in just a short period of time, he earned a full 100,000. Can you blow it? Although Dao Yao Yao was mumbling in her mouth, she still squinted her eyes and enjoyed Yifan's somewhat clumsy service. She said helplessly, "My lower body is sore now. You go eat by yourself. I will take care of the takeaway later. Then I'll pack some for you. The noodles at the noodle shop downstairs are pretty good. You just moved in, so it's a good opportunity for you to try some." Yifan looked a little embarrassed. He still remembered how crazy last night was. After all, this was the energy accumulated from 22 years of being single, and he vented it all in one night. Okay. Dao Yao Yao nodded and agreed to Yifan's suggestion. After blow-drying his hair, Yifan came to their Wang's noodle house downstairs and directly packed up 2 servings of noodles with soybean paste. It tastes good. Dao Yao Yao nodded with satisfaction, and then began to wholeheartedly devour the noodles in front of her. She was already starving after exerting too much energy last night. Ding, favorability 10. Yifan finished his noodles and saw that it was almost time, so he said, "Take your time eating, I'm leaving first." "Go ahead." Dao Yao Yao waved her hand and said lazily. After taking a taxi to the company's office building, Yifan looked at the familiar scene in front of him and a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. At this time, he received another text message on his mobile phone, indicating that 120,000 yuan had arrived in his account, and his balance suddenly reached nearly 300,000 yuan. Yifan smiled with satisfaction and walked into the company. "Isn't this Yifan? Have you finished typing the code? The boss is going to use it today, don't let everyone clean up your mess in the end." As soon as I entered the door, an unpleasant voice sounded from the side. Yifan looked over expressionlessly, and what he saw was a man with glasses who had a decent figure and good looks, and was looking at him with a mocking expression. Moreover, when the man with glasses said this, several colleagues around him frowned and looked at Yifan with unfriendly eyes. Because what the man with glasses said made sense. If Yifan's work task was not completed, as colleagues in the same group, they would definitely help. Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly. He discovered that men also have favorability levels, and at this time the favorability level of the man with glasses was 10 points. Hostility detected. Turn on the venomous tongue mode. When facing people who don't like you, you don't need to please them. And every venomous tongue you say will gain a corresponding venomous tongue value. Each venomous tongue value will automatically earn you 1,000 yuan in cash. Such a sentence flashed before my eyes. Next, the options appear. 1. Sarcastically said, "Har har, not everyone is as inefficient as you. I finished the work last night and sent it to my boss's email." 2. Sneered, "It's none of your business. I'm here to resign today. I don't want to do this job anymore." Under normal circumstances, if Yifan faced such a rude response from the man with glasses, he really wouldn't know how to respond. But it's different now. Yifan showed a trace of sarcasm on his face and sneered, "Har har, not everyone is as inefficient as you. I finished the work last night and sent it to the boss's email." Ding, poisonous tongue value 10. Not bad, I got 10,000 just like that. The glasses man's favorability towards him also became 22 points. You? The man with glasses was suddenly speechless and pointed at Yifan, unable to say anything. After feeling the mocking eyes of his colleagues around him, he snorted coldly and sat back heavily in his seat. The combat effectiveness is very low. Yifan curled his lips and went to his boss' office. "You want to resign?" The boss frowned and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "I don't know why you are late today, and I am not interested in understanding. Now I will give you a chance. Return to your seat immediately. If you perform well next time, I will not deduct half a month's salary from you." Yifan looked at the boss favorability, which was 5 points, not much better than the man with glasses just now. Venomous tongue mode activated. The options appear. 1. Said in a calm tone, according to the company's rules and regulations, the maximum deduction for being absent from work for half a day without reason is 200 yuan. If you want to deduct half a month's salary from me, then let's meet at the Labor Bureau. 2. He sneered, I don't care about this half-month's salary. Please help me complete the resignation procedures. I don't want the rest of the salary. No salary. No way. Even though the money was a little less, it was the result of his hard work after all. How could he let this black-hearted boss take advantage of it? Thinking of this, Yifan said calmly, according to the company's rules and regulations, if you are absent from work for half a day without reason, the maximum deduction is 200 yuan. If you want to deduct half a month's salary from me, then we will meet at the Labor Bureau. Ding, poisonous tongue value 10. Then I'll deduct 200 yuan from you. Go back to work. When the boss heard this, he paused and said with a rather unpleasant look on his face. Because the company's rules and regulations do have this clause, if someone is absent from work for half a day without reason, 5,200 yuan will be deducted depending on the circumstances. If he doesn't want to overturn the company rules he established and cause people to lose loyalty, then the maximum he can deduct from Yifan is 200 yuan. I said, I quit. Yifan looked at the options in front of him again, his lips slightly raised, and said, the company's overtime model has seriously violated our country's labor law. If you honestly give me this month's salary, we can part ways in peace. If you choose not to give it, that's fine. Anyway, I still have the money to hire a lawyer, and I don't mind wasting time with you. By the way, I remember a few days ago, a person from the company next door finally won the lawsuit, and his company compensated him tens of thousands. Well, it seems not bad to think about it this way. That person's situation is different from yours. The boss, Wen Yang, was so angry that he almost threw the cup, but facing Yifan's threat, he finally chose to give in. He pinched his sore temples, waved his hands helplessly and said, I'm afraid of you. Go to the finance department to get your salary and leave. Ding, poisonous tongue value 10. Yifan smiled with satisfaction, and then, under the astonished gazes of the finance department and other colleagues, he received the hard-earned money for most of the month, a total of less than 4,000 yuan. Humph, I don't know what you mean. The man with glasses showed a trace of disdain on his face, and said to the people around him, for a fresh graduate like him, it's good enough to find a job, and his boss knows the bosses of some software companies. Now he has offended the boss, I wonder how he can survive in the circle. Yifan naturally didn't know this. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Yifan. Lin Mengqing waved her hand and greeted with a smile. She was still wearing a black business suit today, with her short chestnut hair neatly draped over her shoulders, making her look very intellectual. After feeling Yifan's burning gaze, she subconsciously lifted the hair beside her ear, feeling secretly delighted in her heart. Yifan subconsciously checked Lin Mengqing's attributes. Lin Mengqing. Age, 25. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 84, 58, 89. X experience, 0 times. Current situation, happy, surprised, full of expectations for the future, full of energy. Just like Da Yao Yao, she also kept her first time? Yifan was a little surprised, because in today's society, there are very few women see over 20 years old. Especially for people like Lin Mengqing and Da Yao Yao who have great looks and figures, there must be no shortage of high-quality suitors around them. It has to be said that it is a miracle that they can resist all kinds of temptations and keep their virginity. Of course, the most amazing thing is that he met both of these people. Why are you here? Yifan calmed down and walked slowly towards Lin Mengqing. What surprised him was that after not seeing her for one night, the girl's favorability was still 76 points, but her shyness value had dropped to 30 points. Why? You don't welcome me. Lin Mengqing raised her eyebrows slightly, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ding, favorability 1. Yifan did not follow the prompts to talk to Lin Mengqing, but what he did not expect was that Lin Mengqing's favorability actually dropped by 1 point. Fortunately, deducting favorability does not reduce money. Yifan quickly adjusted his mood, began to refer to the golden finger for suggestions, and started chatting with Lin Mengqing. After a while, he made the beauty in front of him look very charming, and his favorability level rose rapidly, directly from 75 points to 90 points. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Lin Mengqing would occasionally make some very intimate and playful moves that only lovers would do. This scene naturally shocked everyone at Chunqiao's software company. Fuck, I didn't realize that Yifan is usually quiet, but I didn't expect he is a master. A somewhat wretched-looking man exclaimed. Yes, such a person actually resigned. It is really a great loss to our generation. Beside him, a man with acne all over his face nodded in agreement, with a look of regret on his face for not seeking the advice in time. Eh? This woman is the receptionist of the company next door, right? I think you, Wang Hao, asked about her before. What's her name? The wretched man nudged the man with glasses who had been mocking Yifan just now with his elbow, and asked curiously, didn't you say that this woman was too arrogant and ignored you? I don't think so. More than just not looking like that, this woman looked like she had a fever in front of Yifan. Have no idea. Wang Hao's face was extremely gloomy at this time. After looking coldly at Yifan and Lin Mengqing, he turned around and started typing on the keyboard. As for what he typed out, only he knew. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Lin Mengqing showed a hint of expectation on her face, as if she was afraid that Yifan would refuse, and continued, just consider it as a thank you for helping me yesterday. Well. Yifan spread his hands, apologetically showing his face, and said, I'm sorry, I have an appointment with a friend tonight and I have to attend an interview for a new job. I may not have time. He and Dao Yao Yao had already made an appointment to go to her bar for an interview at 6 o'clock in the evening, so he could only decline Lin Mengqing's invitation. New job. Lin Mengqing was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, you resigned? Why? It's too tiring. I have to work overtime day and night without any overtime pay. I want to change my environment. Yifan shrugged and explained. I see. Lin Mengqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then half-jokingly said, if you had known earlier, you should have told me that our company is still short of people, and if you want to work overtime, there will definitely be overtime pay. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she asked casually, by the way, is your friend a man or a woman? Female. Yifan blinked and said, a new neighbor who just moved in yesterday works in a bar. He said he was short of staff and could make around 10,000 yuan a month if he's lucky. I think it's not bad, so I'm going to give it a try. We just met yesterday. Lin Mengqing seemed to be thinking about something. At first, she felt nervous when she heard Yifan say that she was a female friend, but since they had just met, she should be just an ordinary neighbor. But what she didn't realize was that she and Yifan had just met yesterday. Mengqing, stop chatting with the handsome guy, the boss will be back soon. At this moment, in the company next door, a woman with good looks and figure shouted to Lin Mengqing. After she finished speaking, she looked Yifan up and down, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. New. Lin Mengqing stuck out her tongue playfully and said with a smile, I'm leaving now. I'll make an appointment with you when you're free. Go ahead. Yifan nodded, then watched Lin Mengqing quickly return to the company. Faintly, a voice came. He's the one you were talking about yesterday. It's not that great. What she's wearing looks like shabby. No, he's a very nice guy, my type. Yifan was about to leave at this time. He stopped when he heard the words. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman who had just left with Lin Mengqing. A panel appeared in front of him. Han So-yun. Age, 26, height, 167 cm, weight, 46 kilograms. Measurements, 82, 65, 84. Experience, 121 times. Current situation, I have a lot of credit card and loan debts, and I am in debt. I am desperate for a rich second generation to support me. TCH, green tea bitch. Yifan curled his lips slightly. How could such a person have the courage to look down on him? So, his goddess. Is she also a green tea bitch, as Dao Yao Yao said? After obtaining the golden finger, Yifan's horizon suddenly broadened a lot, as if there was a layer of fog in front of his eyes, and now this layer of fog suddenly disappeared. Fragments of the past gradually came to my mind. The goddess was born in an ordinary family like him, but would an ordinary girl keep asking him to borrow money? And she would only borrow and never pay it back. Would an ordinary girl constantly post luxury items that she cannot afford on her moments every day? Would an ordinary girl travel to various places, eat big meals, and stay in 5-star hotels? Where does the money come from? They are all given by me in countless numbers, right? Yifan smiled bitterly, feeling deeply regretful for his previous stupid behavior. Fortunately, with the help of the golden finger, it is not too late to wake up. Bite. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. He thought that the money had arrived in his account, but he didn't expect that what was displayed on it was a message of adding a friend. Xiaoyubababi requests to add you as a friend. Chapter 5 Free Private Training. Yifan had a blank expression on his face. After looking for a few seconds, he took back his phone. He did not accept the application. He has really let go of this woman, by Xiaoyu. Let the past be the past, and everything that happened before was just wishful thinking on his part. He asked for it when he was cheated. Now he feels like an idiot just thinking about it. Why add it back? Exposed by Xiaoyu's true face like in online novels. That would be too low. It would be useless except making by Xiaoyu angry and then giving her some loser-like pleasure. Bite. At this time, the phone rang again, but this time it was information about the arrival of funds, some favorability rewards plus sharp tongue plus salary, almost 50,000. After receiving this money, his balance reached 350,000. Although it was not as fast as the big men in the business world, he earned 350,000 in less than 24 hours. Even in the prosperous Yanjing, this speed was considered amazing. Hello, do you want to swim and exercise? A man's voice sounded beside him, and Yifan subconsciously took a flyer. Fitness. He pondered for a moment after hearing this. Since he started working, he has been sitting in front of the computer almost all the time except for sleeping. Although his health has not suffered any serious problems, there are definitely many hidden dangers. Now that he has money, it seems like it would be a good idea to exercise well. Where is your store? Yifan asked as he looked at the flyer. Hello, our store is in Sanlitun, not far from here, and it's called Mary Fitness Club. Seeing that Yifan seemed interested, the man began to talk non-stop. After all, if Yifan signed up for a membership, he would get a commission. Our store just opened a few days ago, and we're having an event right now. As long as you sign up for a monthly membership, you can get a set of Adidas sweatshirts worth 1,280 yuan for free. How much is the monthly pass? Well, we are a high-end fitness club. The monthly membership fee is 2,000 yuan, but it is definitely worth it. In addition, there will be no activities in a few days, so the fee will increase to 3,000 yuan. If you want to apply for it, I can take you there now. What about the annual card? For an annual pass, it only costs 20,000 yuan now. You pay for 10 months and get 2 extra months. Okay, take me to see it first. Yifan nodded, and then, under the guidance of the man, walked towards the fitness club. Their way was not very far, and it took about 10 minutes to walk there. How is it? Our club is nice, right? The man nudged Yifan with his shoulder and said with a wink. Yeah, it's good. Yifan smiled and nodded. Although he didn't know what the situation was like in other fitness clubs, there were really a lot of beauties in this one. At a glance, he saw at least a dozen of them who were excellent. There was even one whose appearance was no less than Dao Yao Yao and Lin Mengqing. Are you stunned? She's our boss and also the coach here. But if you want her to teach you, you can't just pay her. The man noticed Yifan's gaze and said with some pride. Okay, take me to get the card first. Yifan smiled and shook his head, saying helplessly. In the past, he would be so enchanted that his eyes would light up and he would be unable to walk when he saw such a beauty. But after getting the golden finger, now when he looks at beauties, there is only admiration in his eyes. Hearing this, the man said no more and led Yifan to the front desk. Standing at the front desk was a young girl who looked a little immature, probably only 17 or 18 years old. Xiaoling, help this gentleman get a card. The man said, then turned to Yifan and asked, by the way, you want a monthly card, right? No, get an annual pass. Yifan shook his head. He had been planning to do fitness for a long time. He had to apply for a monthly card again every month. It would be better to just apply for an annual card, which would save him trouble and give him 2 extra months. Atmosphere. The man smiled and gave everyone a thumbs up, but he was not too excited. After all, there were too many wealthy people in Yanjing, and people nowadays paid more attention to health, so it was normal to spend 20,000 yuan on fitness. Please do it here first. I have to continue working. After saying that, he turned and left. Sir, please fill in the information first. The receptionist named Xiaoling smiled sweetly at Yifan and handed him a form. Yifan picked up the pen on the table, filled out the form, swiped his card to pay, and finally got a black annual card. Mr. Yi, you are our annual member and can get a month of private lessons for free. If you need anything in this regard, you can contact me at any time. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhao Linger, and I'm the receptionist here. The girl named Zhao Linger said this and took out a business card and handed it to Yifan. Okay, I understand. Yifan nodded, and then subconsciously clicked on Zhao Linger's message. Zhao Linger. Age, 17. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, 73, 53, 79. Experience, 0 times. Current situation, I come to work at my sister's gym without telling my parents. It's quite interesting. Oh, I still have homework to do when I get home in the evening. Are you really under 18? Looking at the young and energetic girl in front of him, Yifan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he was not a nosy person, so he didn't ask more questions. Xiaoling, did this gentleman just apply for an annual pass? At this time, a somewhat lazy female voice sounded from the side. Yifan subconsciously looked back and found that it was the woman with the best appearance and figure in the club. And from what the man just said, she was also the boss here. Yes, sis. No, yes, boss. Zhao Linger stuck out her tongue, a trace of embarrassment on her face. Have you explained all the benefits of membership? The lazy woman didn't care. She leaned against the counter and wiped the sweat from her neck. Before Zhao Linger could reply, she turned her head to look at Yifan beside her and smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Xiaoling has only been working for a few days. If you need any private training, you can contact Xiaoling at any time. However, most private trainers are full now, so if you want to find one, you'd better do it as soon as possible. My name is Lin Yuan, and I'm the boss here. You can also call me by my English name, Mary. The options appear. 1. Smile and ask, personal training? Of course I need it, can you do it too? 2. Shake your head and say, thank you, I don't need a private trainer for the time being. Yifan smiled and pretended not to know and asked, private training? Of course I need it, are you okay with it? His current life motto is that if he can get the best, he would not want anything less than that. And with a beautiful personal trainer, he will be fully motivated to work out. Sure. Lin Yuan raised her eyebrows slightly, looked Yifan up and down, and said with a smile, but I have to make it clear in advance that I don't teach everyone. If you want me to be your private teacher, you have to be to my liking. After she finished speaking, she walked to the side and did a stretch, revealing her perfect body, which immediately attracted the attention of all the men in the club. What's to your liking? Yifan asked curiously. It's very simple. I will ask you 3 questions about sports and fitness. You must answer them within 10 seconds. You can only rely on yourself during this period. You cannot ask for help from others. If you answer correctly, I will be your personal trainer for free until you no longer need me. Lin Yuan said without thinking, as if she had said it countless times. Okay, go ahead and ask. Yifan nodded, without any sign of nervousness on his face, even though he knew very little about sports and fitness. First question, what was the score in the game where McGrady scored 13 points in 35 seconds? Lin Yuan thought about it for a moment and asked a question casually. The options appear. 1. Spread your hands and say, I don't know. 2. Laughed, the Rockets defeated the Spurs 81-80. A smile flashed in Yifan's eyes. He originally thought there would be confusing options, but he didn't expect the golden finger to be so powerful that it directly gave the final answer. The scene of Lin Yuan asking Yifan questions was naturally seen by other people in the fitness club. Hey, someone is asking for trouble again. How many answers do you think he can give? It depends on Boss Lin's mood. If he gives a simpler question, maybe he can answer it, but it's basically hopeless. The knowledge required is too broad. Who knows what questions he will ask? I think this is just a gimmick. Maybe Miss Lin doesn't even want to be a private trainer. Are you trying to hook a rich guy? What are you talking about? Miss Lin is short of money. Do you know how much money was invested in this fitness club? In Sanlitun, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, it must cost several hundred million. Yifan naturally didn't know that he had become the topic of conversation among others. He looked at the enchanting beauty in front of him who was wearing a belly-bearing tights and had long wavy hair, and smiled confidently on his face. The Rockets defeated the Spurs 81-80. Just when the 10 seconds were almost up, he spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yuanyuan blinked her watery eyes, then picked up a mobile phone at the front desk and started searching. Not long after, her red lips curled up slightly and she smiled. You actually got the answer right, not bad, but I just asked this first question casually. The next ones will get harder and harder. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll give you another month of private tutoring. Second, continue answering questions. In fact, those people who were talking on the side just now were not wrong. The reason why she became a personal trainer in the fitness club was entirely because she was tricked by her best friend. She herself had absolutely no interest in becoming a personal trainer, so she came up with this idea. Only those who could answer her 3 questions correctly could choose her as a personal trainer. Free. Questions about sports and fitness are all-encompassing. No matter how knowledgeable a person is, it is impossible for him to cover such a wide range of topics. Therefore, Lin Yuanyuan did not believe that anyone could answer 3 questions correctly within the time limit of 10 seconds. Moreover, she was the one who set the questions, so she specially prepared several very unpopular questions. There were many people who challenged the game in the first 2 days of opening, but there are only a few today. Including Yifan, there are only 3 people. Because there are still many people who are self-aware these days. Keep asking. Yifan shrugged. He had the help of options, so he couldn't lose no matter how he thought about it. He even wanted Lin Yuanyuan to be his personal trainer. He got what others couldn't get. Isn't that a very satisfying thing? That's fine. Lin Yuanyuan looked a little more serious. After a moment's silence, she asked a cold question that she had prepared in advance. Who is the greatest quarterback in NFL history? NFL, also known as the National Football League, is the #1 sport in the United States. But in China, there are very few people who like rugby. Most people don't even know how many people are on the field during a rugby game. Yifan naturally doesn't understand football, but he has options. 1. Laughing. Years ago, ESPN magazine commented on the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history, and Tom Brady received the highest number of votes. 2. Shake your head and say, I don't know. This time, he answered directly after Lin Yuanyuan spoke, and it only took 3 seconds in total. Ouch. Lin Yuanyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't need to Baidu this question because she was a football fan. Now that she heard Yifan answer so quickly, she asked with interest, do you like watching football too? Did I answer this correctly? Yifan would never say that he had never watched a football game. You're right. Lin Yuanyuan curled her lips, her curiosity about Yifan becoming more intense. There were people who answered her 2 questions in succession, but none of them was as calm as Yifan, as if he was not worried at all that he could not answer. The last question. Wait a minute. I need to think of a more difficult one. After saying this, she pinched her delicate chin and pondered. Yifan took this opportunity to check Lin Yuanyuan's information and found that she was only 1 year older than him. Her figure was amazing due to years of exercise. The size of her breasts was far larger than Lin Mengqing and Dao Yao. The column about her current situation was a bit surprising. It turned out that she opened this fitness club because she lost a bet with her best friend. This shows how wealthy they are. As for the favorability, after so many conversations and answering 2 questions correctly, it was only 12 points. The difficulty of improving it was much greater than that of Lin Mengqing and Dao Yao. Come to think of it, what kind of people have not seen such a beautiful woman who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth? How could she be so easy to seduce? Fuck, this guy got 2 questions right in a row. Answering 2 questions correctly is nothing. The 3rd question is the most critical. But does anyone know which 2 questions Miss Lin asked just now? Did she let us off easy? How is that possible? Although this guy looks decent, he is not a handsome guy. I just asked Xiaoling about it. The first question is the final score of the game in which McGrady scored 13 points in 35 seconds. Many basketball fans must know this. The second question is who is the best quarterback in the history of the NFL. Not many people know this, So this question should be correct, right? I just don't know what the third question will ask. Those fitness enthusiasts who were closer were pretending to fiddle with the equipment while keeping an eye on Yifan's situation. Question 3. There are 2 people who completed the first feat of climbing Mount Everest without oxygen in history. Who are they? Lin Yuan opened her red lips slightly and asked an extremely unpopular question. Rock climbing. I don't even know who the first person to climb Mount Everest was. It seems that Miss Lin didn't let us off. How can you let it go? You think too much. The faces of the fitness enthusiasts around him all relaxed. In their opinion, if it is something they cannot get, then it would be better if no one else can get it either. Yifan smiled confidently, and when the 10 seconds were about to arrive, he said, the first people in history to complete the feat of climbing Mount Everest without oxygen were Italian Reinhold Messner and his companion Peter Habel. Hiss. When those people who were exercising saw Yifan speaking, they couldn't help but gasp. Who brought the phone? Check it out. You're talking nonsense, right? Who would remember something like this? I brought it. What's the question? I don't know why, but I suddenly had a bad feeling. I felt like I was about to lose the most precious thing I had. It seems, he got the answer right. Lin Yuan also showed a hint of surprise on her face. No one knew the answer to the question better than her. She did not speak in a hurry, but looked Yifan up and down in surprise. For some reason, this ordinary boy in front of her suddenly gave her a feeling of being unfathomable. She had only seen this feeling in some of her father's friends. What? Peers? Lin Yuan can guarantee 100% that no one around her, whether male or female, has ever given her this feeling. Mr. Yi, you got it right. It's my honor to be your personal trainer. There was a gleam in her eyes and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, making her look even more charming. Ding, favorability plus 20. Chapter 6, Beautiful Boss Liu Yi. Lin Yuan also fulfilled her duties as a personal trainer very seriously. Amid the envious and jealous eyes of the men around her, she helped Yifan develop a professional fitness plan. Xiao Fanzi, you can't be so weak. You won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. With the help of options, Lin Yuan's favorability has reached 60 points. The two can now be considered friends, but Yifan also got the nickname Xiao Fanzi because of this. You don't need to worry about this, Madam Lin. Yifan picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off his face, then said helplessly, I have something else to do tonight, so let's just leave it at that for today. All right then. Lin Yuan shrugged, then stood up and walked to the front desk, took out a mobile phone, and said with a smile, at WeChat, and if you have any questions about fitness in the future, just come and ask me directly. Okay. Yifan nodded. After the two added each other as friends, he went to the washroom of the gym and washed off all the smelly sweat on his body. Exercise is indeed a good way to boost morale. After just one afternoon, he felt full of energy. Even his breathing seemed much smoother. After cleaning, Yifan took out his cell phone. There are already quite a few incoming messages in the SMS inbox. In just one afternoon, he earned more than 100,000 yuan. After deducting the 20,000 yuan for the annual card, his current balance has reached 500,000 yuan. It can be considered as a small asset. Is it time to buy a car? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Yifan's mind. Although in Yanjing, taking the subway and bus is much more convenient than driving yourself. But as a man, how can you not have a car of your own? Let's go to the 4S store tomorrow to have a look. Thinking so, Yifan came to the front desk, said hello to the two sisters Lin Yuan and Zhao Linger, and then left the fitness club. Don't forget the interview tonight. As soon as I went out, Da Yao sent me a WeChat message. There was a threatening expression on his face, obviously worried that Yifan would stand him up. Already on their way. Yifan tapped on the phone keyboard. Then he went to a taxi stand and called a taxi to the bar where Da Yao was. Babyface Bar is located in the bar street of Sanlitun, Yanjing, which is filled with various bars and nightclubs and is deeply loved by the younger generation. At this time, Da Yao was in a private box, talking to a beautiful woman who was wearing a red backless dress and had long straight black hair. Yao, did you really just sprain your ankle last night? The woman asked in a teasing tone with a glimmer of smile in her eyes. Sistery, why are you so boring today? Da Yao rolled her eyes and said unhappily. The person in front of her was the owner of the bar called Babyface, named Liu. She rarely came here usually, but today she suddenly said she wanted to inspect the situation in the store. Dao Yaoyao mentioned Yifan by the way, but it unexpectedly aroused Liu's strong curiosity. After all, Dao Yaoyao usually never had a good face to the men who came to show their courtesy at work. Today she actually introduced a job to a man. It was the first time she had seen such a person. Especially after arriving at the bar and discovering that Dao Yaoyao had some inconvenience in her legs and feet today, Liu wanted to meet Yifan even more. I'm just concerned about you. By the way, where is the person? Liu waved her hand, lay lazily on the sofa, with a look of satisfaction on her face. She had originally made an appointment to go shopping today, but after learning about Yifan's situation, she decided to interview him in person. Just leave the interview to someone else. Sister Yi, are you free for a while? Dao Yaoyao didn't want Liu to contact Yifan. But she knew that the bar owner in front of her was simply a seductress and was extremely attractive to men. Bite. At this moment, Dao Yaoyao's WeChat suddenly rang. She picked it up and had a look on her face, but she immediately hid it. After replying to a message, she pretended to be calm and said, "He's here. But Sister Yi, he's a very honest person. Don't bully him, or I'll be angry with you." Okay, I get it, let your little boyfriend come up. Liu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although she was very curious about Yifan, she was not interested in him to the extent of stealing the boyfriend of her employee. Besides, she was not very interested in men. Yifan followed the route provided by Dao Yaoyao and came to the box. "Hello, I'm Yifan." When he saw Liu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he immediately adjusted his mood and spoke with a smile. "Hello, I'm the boss here, Liu, just call me Sister Yi." Liu looked Yifan up and down, nodded and said with a smile, "You are Qingqing's friend, the interview is just a formality, let me tell you about our treatment here, the working hours are from 7:30 p.m. to 3 a.m., there is a half-hour break in between, work 5 days and rest 2 days, the salary is 5,000 a month, the probation period is 1 month, and any tips you can take are yours. If you can accept it, you can start work today." To be honest, at first sight, Liu didn't see anything special about Yifan. But after she finished speaking, there was still a hint of curiosity in her eyes, because Yifan was so calm. She is still very confident about her appearance. After seeing her, none of those stinky men could recover so quickly, but Yifan was different. Except for the first time they met, Yifan's eyes never stayed on her for more than 2 seconds. Most of the time, he was looking at Dao Yaoyao. Funny little boy. Liu chuckled to herself, then picked up a glass of vodka on the table and drank it all in one gulp. I can try, but I may not be able to do it for long. Yifan couldn't stand Dao Yaoyao's gaze and could only nod and agree helplessly. Okay, then let Qingqing take you today. As for work clothes, we have them specially made here, which may take a few days. Do you have a black suit yourself? Liu smiled and nodded. Yes. Sister Yi, go and get busy. I'll leave Yifan to me. Dao Yaoyao hugged Yifan's arm and raised her brows. Okay, but be careful, the soundproof soldiers here are not very good. Liu showed an expression that she couldn't bear to look at it, then shook her head helplessly and left. Crack. The door of the box was closed. I don't have a black suit. Yifan scratched his head and said to Dao Yaoyao beside him. It's just a suit. I'll go to the mall with you to buy it tomorrow morning. Dao Yaoyao said nonchalantly. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said with a vague look in her eyes, by the way, what do you think of our boss? Sister Yi. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, not bad, he's a nice person. That's all. There was a hint of surprise in Dao Yaoyao's tone, perhaps even she herself was unaware of it. That's all. After Yifan finished speaking, he subconsciously patted Dao Yaoyao's head. Under normal circumstances, this girl would have been furious, but for some reason, she was as docile as a kitten at this moment. In fact, what he didn't say was that when he saw Liu, he checked her information. Liu. Age, 26, height, 170 cm, weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 89, 53, 90. Experience, 65 times. Current status, in a stable relationship, but doesn't he seem to want others to know? The beautiful girl has found her lover. Although Yifan was full of confidence after getting the golden finger, he still didn't want to do something like poaching someone else. But why doesn't Liu want others to know? He was a little confused. After leaving the box, Liu received a phone call. "Hey, honey, I'm just getting ready to leave, wait for me there for a while, I'll be there soon." What? Are you saying that someone really answered 3 questions correctly in a row? Ha 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 ha, tell me honestly, did you let me win? It was a guy. Is he handsome? Not handsome. But he's a nice guy. Honey, let me tell you, all men are idiots, don't be fooled. But then again, I hired an interesting guy today, also a guy. Okay, I'm going to drive, I'll talk to you when I get there. After saying that, she hung up the phone and came to a burgundy Ferrari. Not long after, a deafening roar came from the garage, followed by a red car shadow flashing by. Basically, this is what you need to do in the early stages. Is there anything else you don't understand? Although Da Yao was a resident of the bar, she had worked as a waiter before and was very familiar with the job content, so she explained it to Yifan in detail. Yeah, I almost understand. Yifan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, I won't be here for long, and I may have to move soon. With the golden finger, he can enjoy life better. The reason why he agreed to let Da Yao come to work in the bar was that he wanted to experience life. If he gets tired of it one day, he will just leave. Moreover, after becoming rich, it is normal to improve the quality of life. The place he lives in now is not only small, but also does not have a bathroom. He has to share a bathroom with other roommates. Yifan is also a very clean person. It would have been fine before, but now that he has the ability to change, there is no need to wrong himself. You want to move? Da Yao was stunned when she heard this. She didn't mind how long Yifan worked here, because the bar was a job with a lot of job turnover, but moving. Why? Are you afraid that I'll pester you? She folded her arms, pouted her lips, and asked with forced calmness. Yifan took a look at the favorability rating and found that it had not dropped, but he knew that if what he said next did not meet Da Yao's wishes, then the favorability rating would definitely drop sharply. Options. 1. Shake your head and say, no, I just want to change the environment, would you like to come with me? 2. Scratch head, no way, don't we have WeChat? Yifan blinked. Da Yao in front of him lowered her head slightly, with dark green hair running vertically down her cheeks. She would occasionally look up and peek at him, but would quickly look away. She looked no different from a lost deer. Is this because she is afraid that I don't want her anymore? No, I just want a change of scenery, would you like to join me? He shook his head and said with a smile. I don't want to be with you. Da Yao glared at Yifan fiercely, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Of course, if we don't mention her slightly flushed face. Ding! Favorability plus 10. Options. 1. He touched her head and said with a smile, I am serious. I have made some money recently and it is time for me to move to a bigger place. 2. He touched her head and said with a smile, we are already in this situation, isn't it normal for us to live together? We are already like this, isn't it normal to live together? Yifan raised his hand, and despite Da Yao's resistance, he ruffled her hair into a mess, then smiled. Rogue. Da Yao seemed to recall the scene of Yifan ravaging her last night. Her fair face flushed immediately. She pushed away the mischievous hand on her head and snorted, I'm not your girlfriend. Last night, don't be so self-indulgent. I, Da Yao, will not run away with someone so easily. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but after thinking about it, it did make some sense. He and Da Yao had only known each other for one night and they didn't have much foundation. Okay, I have to go to work. You should also work hard. If you have any questions, ask me. Da Yao tidied up her messy hair, and before going out, she pretended to be fierce and glared at Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan shook his head helplessly and left the box immediately. Although working in a bar is busy, it is much more relaxing and enjoyable than boring coding in a software company. He can also chat with different people and exercise his communication skills. In just one night, he gained more than 500 points of favorability, which is equivalent to 500,000 yuan. At the same time, he also met several girls with good looks, and their favorability and shyness values were very high. It was the kind that he could take them to a hotel to book a room at any time if he wanted. I didn't realize you're quite capable. When the store was closing, Dao Yao Yao came over and said something a little jealous. She kept her eyes on Yifan the whole time. She was worried that Yifan would not be used to the job on his first day, but she didn't expect that this guy would be like a fish in water, happily roaming around the girls. Dao Yao Yao could see that those girls' hearts had long been set on Yifan, and they would probably be drawn to him like moths to a flame with just one glance from him. I already have you, I don't need these. Yifan chuckled, took out a stack of small notes from his pocket and threw them into the trash can next to Dao Yao Yao. Ding, favorability plus 10. I won't fall for that. Dao Yao Yao snorted nonchalantly, then turned around and prepared to leave. But just as she was about to leave, she stopped and turned back and asked, Are you not leaving yet? Let's go. Yifan shrugged and quickly followed. The next day, when I woke up, it was already noon. Yifan sat up, rubbed his sore waist, and looked speechlessly at Dao Yao Yao, who was still sleeping beside him. He originally thought he could rest for a few days, but he didn't expect that as soon as he returned to the rental house, Dao Yao Yao pulled him over before he could take out the key. Bang! Yifan slapped the girl on the butt, making a crisp sound. You know what, it feels really good. What are you doing? Dao Yao Yao woke up instantly, covering her body with her hands, and pounced towards Yifan like a little lion with a red face. For a moment, the room was in chaos. All right, I lose. Yifan was a little moved and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He didn't want to overdraw himself. The plots in novels did not exist in reality. The reason why he was so brave in the past 2 days was thanks to his solid foundation and having been single for more than 20 years. But if he continued without restraint, his body would definitely become weak. He didn't want to sigh and feel sad when he saw the girl. Who told you to spank me? Dao Yao Yao also felt it, and quickly hid under the quilt, leaving only her head exposed, and kept on being vigilant. You are so young, take it easy, don't you know that too much is as bad as too little? Who was it yesterday? Yifan subconsciously retorted, but before he could finish, he saw Dao Yao Yao was about to lose her temper, so he quickly changed the subject and said, I'm going to look at cars today, do you want to come with me? No, I can't walk. Dao Yao Yao snorted when she heard this. During the conversation yesterday, she also learned that Yifan had made a small fortune, so it was normal for him to buy a car. Then I'll pack you a bowl of fried noodles. You can sleep for a while. Yifan stretched his body, stuffed Dao Yao Yao's bra into her arms, then stood up and walked to the bathroom, saying as he walked, next time, let's try one with an underwire. Shut up. Dao Yao Yao became angry and threw the things in her arms over. Chapter 7. You already won my heart. What car to buy? Yifan opened his cell phone and took a look. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It turned out that he had accumulated 1.3 million in savings without realizing it. BMW? Mercedes? Or Audi? Yifan didn't know much about cars, but to him, BBA was already considered a relatively high-end luxury car. But for some reason, he always felt that something was missing. Ask someone else. Thinking of this, Yifan opened WeChat and looked through his contacts. Byte. Coincidentally, Lin Mengqing sent a message. Are you free today? I'm on vacation, do you want to make an appointment? I'll treat you to a meal. Yifan blinked his eyes, tapped the screen of his phone with his fingers, and replied, I plan to go look at cars today. Do you know anything about cars? Looking at cars? Do you want to buy a car? I see. I used to work at the Four Sons store. I'll go with you so you don't get ripped off. Where are you now? Send me the address and I'll be there right away. Okay. Yifan chuckled and sent his address to Lin Mengqing. It would be great if you had someone knowledgeable to accompany you to look at cars. Because he had to wait for Lin Mengqing, Yifan walked to a Starbucks nearby, ordered a cup of coffee, and then waited quietly. About 20 minutes later, a beautiful woman wearing a white dress, with a slender figure and light makeup on her face appeared at the door of Starbucks. The moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the men in the store. Whether they were single or with girlfriends, they all looked towards the woman vaguely. Yifan. A trace of joy flashed across Lin Mengqing's face. She trotted to Yifan's side and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I thought it would be faster to take a taxi, but there was a traffic jam on the road. You've been waiting for a long time, right? It wasn't long. I barely even had a sip of my coffee. Yifan smiled and shook his head, then said, "Would you like a drink? I'll treat you. I just had coffee this morning, so I don't need it." Lin Mengqing shook her head. After she found that there was no seat next to her, she hesitated for a moment, blushed, and sat next to Yifan. She smiled and said, "What price range of car do you plan to buy? What brand do you like? I'll give you some advice." "I don't have any particular favorite brand. As for the price, it's probably around 1 million. Yifan pondered for a moment and said, 1 million. Lin Mengqing showed a trace of surprise on her face and cried out in a choked voice. The people around immediately looked over. She was embarrassed when she saw this, and quickly picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, then just held the cup, as if trying to cover her red face. "Well." Yifan didn't have time to stop him, and an expression of wanting to say something but stopping appeared on his face. "Oh, sorry." Lin Mengqing suddenly realized something, and her face turned even redder as she looked at the bright red lip prints on the quilt. "Fine." Yifan raised his eyebrows, he wouldn't suffer any loss anyway. However, this girl's shyness value suddenly soared from 40 points to 80 points. Isn't it just an indirect kiss? Making a fuss? Ahem, for 1 million, Maserati is a good choice, and it's more classy than the common BBA ones. Lin Mengqing felt her face burning, and after fanning it with her hand, she continued, "You can buy a Maserati Ghibli, and with all the other expenses, it'll probably cost a little over 1 million. Maserati." Yifan opened Baidu out of curiosity and searched for the car that Lin Mengqing mentioned. The moment he saw the picture, his eyes were attracted. Whether it is the body, wheels, or the overall design, they are all very much to his liking. "Good, let's buy this one." Yifan nodded, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "You're looking at the president, I'm talking about the Ghibli, they are not the same car." Lin Mengqing leaned over, took a look at the picture on Yifan's phone, and said speechlessly, "Is the price much different?" Yifan continued to look at the car pictures and replied, "President, the price difference is several 100,000. You can only choose to take out a loan. Let me calculate. The down payment is about 1.15 million. If you take out a loan for 3 years, you will have to pay back a little over 20,000 per month." Lin Mengqing took out her cell phone, clicked on the calculator icon, and said after typing for a while, "Okay, I've decided. I'll buy the president." Yifan nodded. His current balance was more than enough for the down payment. Moreover, he could totally accept a loan of 20,000 yuan a month. It was just a matter of a few words. "Rich man, please support me." Lin Mengqing opened her eyes wide and said innocently. Yifan looked at the options that appeared in front of him, a smile flashed in his eyes, and said, "Okay, then from today on, I will support you. How much money do you want per month?" "I need at least 100,000 yuan a month, right?" Lin Mengqing thought Yifan was joking and snorted. "Bite." The next second, her cell phone rang. When she opened WeChat, a look of shock appeared on her face. You. What was displayed on the mobile phone screen was that Yifan transferred 100,000 yuan to her. "Why? Do you regret it?" Yifan lay in the recliner and asked with interest. In his eyes, Lin Mengqing's favorability had already exceeded 100 points after a series of conversations today. And after he transferred the money, it reached, and this person is the one she likes. "Of course I'm serious." Yifan nodded and said gently, "But I won't touch you before I get your heart. Of course, you are not allowed to get too close to other men in the future, otherwise it will be considered a breach of contract." After saying that, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You've already won my heart." Lin Mengqing bit her lower lip and sighed in her heart. Lin Mengqing felt that her luck was really bad recently. After refusing to make friends with her boss, her workload increased several times almost instantly. Not only did she often work overtime until late at night, but she also had to take a taxi home after get off work when she had to take the subway, and the company did not reimburse the taxi fare. What made her most devastated was that her mother, who had worked so hard to raise her, was recently diagnosed with stomach cancer. Growing up in a single-parent family, she doesn't want to lose her only relative. So, despite her mother's objection, she sold her house in her hometown. Then, with the savings she had accumulated over the years, it was barely enough to cover the cost of treatment. However, the subsequent recuperation costs were still an astronomical figure. For this reason, she, who had originally planned to resign, had to endure her boss's harassment and continue working hard. But there are also lucky ones. It was one night. She had just returned home from overtime work. Thinking about her mother's illness, she accidentally bumped into someone. She thought she would be scolded, but unexpectedly, the other person turned out to be a very gentle person. The name is Yifan, which sounds very nice. Definitely the ideal type. At night, she had an embarrassing dream. Yes, she has a fever. The next day, she met Yifan again in the company. Although they only said a few words, she felt that her feelings for him were even stronger. She is a bit infatuated, but she cannot fall in love right now. She doesn't want the person she likes to carry a heavy burden just after being with her. Early this morning, she suddenly remembered that she still owed a meal, so she tried to send a WeChat message to make an appointment. "You're actually going to buy a car?" She just happened to understand, so she came happily. 1 million. Yifan is a local tyrant. A sense of inferiority suddenly emerged in her heart. As they chatted, they seemed to have strayed a bit, and finally touched upon the topic of support. Although she was joking, before she met Yifan, she really hoped that someone would support her. She was such a bad woman. Then, 100,000 yuan. Yifan actually transferred 100,000. She despised herself a little bit, because after seeing the money, her first reaction was, "This seems not bad." As expected, I am a bad woman. Okay, don't look like you're about to cry. Yifan was somewhat helpless. That's right, I'm relying on you. Lin Mengqing hugged Yifan tightly, and then as if she suddenly thought of something, she said quickly, "Don't worry, I am 100% original goods, absolutely worth the money. You won't be able to find this store again if you miss this opportunity." Bang! Yifan couldn't help but slap this silly girl on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? He couldn't help but hold his forehead. Doesn't this silly girl know that she is in a public place? She is talking so loudly. Well. Lin Mengqing also realized that she was a little stupid. After sticking out her tongue, she said coquettishly, Okay, I was wrong. Don't you want to go and see the car? Then let's go now. Let's go, then. Upon hearing this, Yifan shook his head helplessly and stood up. Then, he left with Lin Mengqing amid the worshipful, envious and jealous looks of his male compatriots. Maserati's 4S store is not far from here. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there by subway. Honey, are you really going to buy the president? Standing at the door of the 4S store, Lin Mengqing tilted his head, hesitated for a moment, and asked. Don't call me. Never mind, it's up to you. Yifan shook his head helplessly, and then said, I like this car very much, and I can afford the price of the car. Well. Don't worry, the monthly keeping fee will not be reduced for you. When talking about the word support, Yifan deliberately emphasized the tone, which sounded like he was regretting his decision. Even if you give me money, I will still follow you. Lin Mengqing pouted and muttered softly. What did you say? Yifan didn't hear clearly and asked. Nothing, let's go and look at the car. I've never ridden in a luxury car in my life, and today I can finally experience it. Lin Mengqing hugged Yifan's arm and forcibly pulled him to the door of the 4S store. As soon as he entered the door, Yifan was attracted by a pure white car in front of him. What is somewhat exaggerated is the big mouth air intake grille, the iconic trident logo, the soft lines, and the elegant temperament it exudes. It is exactly the latest model of president that he has set his eyes on. Mr. and Madam, welcome to the Maserati 4S store. Are you here to look at the cars? At this time, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from the side. Yifan's body stiffened slightly, but he recovered immediately. He turned around and saw a female salesperson wearing a black uniform, with a ponytail, a fair and delicate face, but a somewhat cold expression. Hi. Yifan raised his brows slightly and greeted him with some emotion. The saleswoman was a little confused at first, but after taking a closer look at the man in front of her, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and she asked in doubt, Yifan. Dear, do you know him? Lin Mengqing showed a hint of hostility in her eyes, leaned close to Yifan's ear and asked softly. Although the woman in front of her was slightly inferior to her in appearance. But there are too many vixen in this society now, and we have to be on guard against them. Yifan, it is enough to support her alone. Chapter 8 Maserati. Although Yifan was no longer interested in Bai Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but open her message when he saw her again. Bai Xiaoyu. Age, 23 height, 166 cm weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 81, 54, 84. X experience, 105 times. Current situation, I have no sense of responsibility towards my life, I am a money worshipper. In a word, I think anyone with money can get in. Damn, how stupid was I before? This woman who looks beautiful on the outside but is so dirty on the inside, I actually treat her as a goddess. How did you know I work here? Bai Xiaoyu naturally had no idea that she had been completely stripped naked. She frowned, looked at Lin Mengqing who was like a little bird, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I was wondering why Yifan deleted me for no reason. It turned out that he wanted to play hard to get. Where did he learn this? Obviously, Bai Xiaoyu thought that Yifan deleted her as a friend just to attract her attention. And she actually added it back. After all, a hardworking ATM can't be found everywhere. However, what she didn't expect was that her friend request had been sent out for a day or two, but it had not been approved. It turns out that he was waiting here. Bringing a woman who is as pretty as her here, is he trying to provoke her? It cost a lot of money, right? When Bai Xiaoyu thought of this, a disdainful expression appeared on his face. Yifan? She thought she knew quite a bit about him. She was a taciturn person when she was in school and she didn't say a word when she was bullied. She remained the same after entering society. This kind of person is the easiest to deceive. Things developed just as she expected. With just a few words and a little cuteness, this idiot would foolishly transfer money to her. Well, it's tens of thousands if you calculate it. It's not easy to find such a person. So, just cooperate a little. Okay, you win. I admit that you made me jealous. Bai Xiaoyu sighed lightly, spread out his hands, and a helpless expression appeared on his fair face. Jealous? What is going on in this woman's mind? Yifan was confused for a moment, but he didn't want to argue with this woman anymore, so he shook his head and said, I came here just to take a look today, you go and do your thing, don't worry about me. After all, he could get a considerable commission by selling a car, so he didn't want to let Bai Xiaoyu get it for nothing. Pretending to be rich. Can a jerk like you afford a Maserati? Bai Xiaoyu sneered in her heart, but her face remained expressionless. She smiled and said, then you see, remember to contact my friends later. We haven't chatted for several days. She happened to see a middle-aged man who looked rich walking in. She didn't want to waste time here, so she turned around and left immediately. But before leaving, she looked at Lin Mengqing again, with a hint of pride in her eyes. What was that look in her eyes just now? Lin Mengqing was a little puzzled, then she glanced at Yifan secretly and asked casually, what about the romantic debt you got into before? Ordinary classmates. Yifan didn't intend to discuss this topic in depth, and said it casually with some helplessness. Oh tilde. Lin Mengqing nodded and understood instantly. Well, she must be the kind of person who had a one-sided love for Yifan, and then was deleted by Yifan who was never tired of it. Thinking of this, she looked at Bai Xiaoyu with some pity. Coincidentally, Bai Xiaoyu also looked back. After feeling Lin Mengqing's gaze, she couldn't help but wonder, is there something wrong with the brain of this actor hired by Yifan? After getting rid of Bai Xiaoyu, Yifan found a new male salesperson. What's your name, sir? Is there anything I can help you with? As the male salesperson spoke, he took out a business card from his pocket, which read, Maserati XX4S Store, Sales Consultant, Wang Feng. My last name is Yi. Yifan put away the business card and said with a smile, I want to see the latest model of the president. Mr. Shen, this way please. Wang Feng did not look down on Yifan just because he was dressed very ordinary. After all, a man who is surrounded by extremely beautiful women generally must have some assets. True love. It does happen these days, but the chances are still too small. The three of them came to the pure white president's desk. Yifan first looked around, then sat in the driver's seat and felt it for a while. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Can I get a loan? My budget is only a little over 1 million. He asked with a smile. Certainly. Wang Feng nodded quickly, because the 4S store welcomes customers who buy cars with loans the most. This 3.8 T5 30 HP GTS is priced at around 1.95 million yuan. The minimum down payment we support is 20%, and the maximum is 60%. The term ranges from 1 to 5 years. 60%, that's about 1.2 million. Yifan just checked the balance. Although he had just given Lin Mengqing 100,000, because he had gained a lot of favorability, the balance actually increased from 1.3 million to 1.4 million, which was more than enough. Then let us make a 60% down payment. Yifan nodded, indicating that he understood, and then said, the term is 1 year. How long does it take to pick up the car after swiping the card now? It can be done in just 1 hour. Wang Feng was almost dying of joy. He had never met such a straightforward customer before. How long did it take from reception to selling the car? 5 minutes. Then take me to pay the money. Yifan nodded. It would be great if he could pick up the car today. Mr. Yi, this way please. Wang Feng bent down, stretched out his hand to guide him and said. After arriving at the finance office, Yifan swiped his money and filled out several car purchase contracts. Then he went to the customer lounge with Lin Mengqing and waited. Wang Feng, you are lucky. Inside the finance office, a male salesperson who seemed to have a good relationship with Wang Feng said with a smile. Of course, or someone came to me on their own. Luck is something that sometimes comes as expected. While busy with the formalities, Wang Feng boasted proudly, you know what, that man is definitely a rich second generation, and the woman next to him. TSK, she's prettier than Bai Xiaoyu. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend, I would be willing to reduce my life by 10 years. Who is saying bad things about me? At this time, Bai Xiaoyu pushed the door open and walked in, snorting. What's the matter? Miss Bai, you didn't succeed. A male salesperson nearby asked. Don't mention it. When I walked in, I saw that he was wearing fake goods. Do you think I'm blind? He shamelessly tried this and that. I'm too lazy to leave him. Bai Xiaoyu replied unhappily, and then she noticed Wang Feng busy at the side and asked in surprise, have you opened an order? What are you selling? It only took Wang Feng 5 minutes to sell a president. He was extremely lucky. The male salesperson explained. It was pure luck. I was just about to go out for dinner when I didn't expect to get rich. Wang Feng scratched his head and smiled. Why don't I have this luck? Bai Xiaoyu shook her head, with a hint of envy in her tone. Then she walked to Wang Feng with some boredom and casually glanced at the contract. But the next second, her expression suddenly froze. After completing the formalities, Wang Feng took the documents and found Yifan and the other person who were waiting in the rest area. Mr. Yi, these are your documents, please keep them. Wang Feng handed the things in his hand to Yifan with a smile on his face, then touched his pocket, took out a small paper bag, and continued, these are 2 car keys, please keep them carefully. If the keys are lost, it will be troublesome to replace them. Thank you very much. Yifan took the things handed over by Wang Feng with a smile on his face, and then asked, is there anything else? There is none left. After saying that, Wang Feng seemed to have suddenly thought of something, slapped his head and said, by the way, the deduction date for the car loan is the 3rd of every month. Starting from next month, as long as Mr. Yi ensures that there is a balance in the deduction card, it will be fine. Okay, go and do your thing. No need to see me off. Yifan nodded and stood up. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Mengqing beside him and said with a smile, let's go, it's almost time for dinner. Didn't you ask me to have dinner? Where are you going to take me to eat? I haven't thought about it yet. How about going to eat Japanese food? Lin Mengqing thought for a moment and said distressedly. They are all raw. I'll have diarrhea if I eat them. I'd better eat Chinese food. Yifan quickly shook his head. He remembered that when he was still in college, he went to eat Japanese food with his classmates. After the meal, before he even left the restaurant, he felt like someone had placed an atomic bomb in his stomach, and then, it exploded for 3 days and 3 nights. Think about it as you walk. Yifan said this, and then he and Lin Mengqing came to his new car. Since the president's car has a keyless entry function, he opened the door with just a light pull. He was just about to bend down and get into the car. Yifan. Bai Xiaoyu's voice sounded from the side. When she saw Yifan turned around, an expression of wanting to say something but stopping himself appeared on his face. Originally in her mind, Yifan should be the kind of junk stock that would never make money in his lifetime. But she didn't expect that today, this junk stock actually bought a Maserati Quattroporte right under her nose. Although it was a loan, the down payment was more than 1 million. In her knowledge, anyone who can spend more than 1 million to buy a car must be worth at least tens of millions, right? I was wrong. This guy actually hid so deeply. That woman is definitely not an actress. Could she be his new girlfriend? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoyu suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Why is it that there is a rich second-generation man obsessed with her right in front of her, but she always turns a blind eye to him? No, we must get Yifan back. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoyu took a deep breath, and then a pure smile that only appeared in school days appeared on her face. You're leaving now? At least approve my friend request first. She tried her best to behave like she did in college. She knew that it would be unlikely to make Yifan change his mind immediately and continue to be obsessed with her as before. So she decided to take it slow and add WeChat first. That's not necessary. Yifan frowned and replied in a flat tone. He was not an idiot, so he naturally knew why Bai Xiaoyu's attitude changed drastically. But this was not the result he wanted. This society is already very impetuous, and what he wants most now is to live a leisurely and free life. Although showing off and getting slapped in the face can bring a temporary sense of satisfaction, that's all there is to it. Won't it be good to be peaceful, go with the flow, and be kind to others? Why, I have a lot more to tell you. Bai Xiaoyu did not notice Yifan's impatience, but continued to speak with a smile. Give up? That's impossible. With such a golden beetle in front of her, how could she be willing not to eat it? Then tell me now. Yifan leaned against the car door, looking at Bai Xiaoyu expressionlessly. What happened here naturally attracted the attention of the people around, and they all looked over curiously. Some things are not convenient to talk about here, right? Bai Xiaoyu blushed slightly and said in a shy manner. For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling. If you don't want to tell me, then I'll tell you. Yifan didn't want to get entangled with the woman in front of him anymore. He crossed his hands and said calmly, I know how stupid I was before, but that's all in the past. The reason you are like this now is just because you saw me spend 1 million to buy a car. Is this interesting? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Bai Xiaoyu's face turned pale and she forced a smile. Money will corrupt a person's soul. When that happens, no matter how beautiful the body is, it will be useless. When you cut it open, you will find garbage inside. After saying that, Yifan sighed softly. He felt a little sad. If he didn't have the golden finger, would he also numbly succumb to this society for the sake of money? Now, at best, he can only talk without any pain in his waist. So he was very lucky. I am very fortunate to have been favored by the author, who allowed me to live a carefree life without having to worry about money. So, although Yifan doesn't like Bai Xiaoyu, but he never had the idea of using the other party's pretense to slap him in the face. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Yifan got into the car, glanced at Lin Mengqing who was still standing stupidly beside him, and said unhappily, Are you still not leaving? Go, go, go. Lin Mengqing came back to her senses instantly and quickly sat in the passenger seat with a thoughtful look on her face. It seems that it is not the same as what she thought before. Etc. Bai Xiaoyu grabbed the car door that was about to close, bit her lower lip and said, You're right, I worship money, but I also have a bottom line. What's wrong with pursuing what I like in a reasonable way? This woman, isn't she giving up yet? Yifan felt a little emotional. If he hadn't been able to check other people's information, he would have really been intimidated by Bai Xiaoyu. With such acting skills, it would be a shame if he didn't go into the entertainment industry. Do you really want me to say it? Yifan pulled the car door and found that the other party was holding it tightly, so he said helplessly. Say what? A trace of doubt and surprise appeared on Bai Xiaoyu's face. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Yifan didn't have any handle on him, so he said confidently, Just say what you want to say. How much is it per session? Yifan looked the woman up and down, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He didn't want to show off and slap others in the face, but that didn't mean he had a good temper and could tolerate Bai Xiaoyu's unreasonable behavior again and again. What, how much per session? Bai Xiaoyu subconsciously loosened her grip on the car door. Let me think about it. Based on how often you posted on WeChat moments before, and the money you spent on all kinds of luxury goods, you have to make 1,000 yuan a day on average. But you probably don't have that much money, after all, you have a good foundation. So let's calculate it as 3,000 yuan per time, which shouldn't be too much of a difference. And let's see how long it's been since you first posted on WeChat moments. 315 days. It's almost been a year. At this point, Yifan paused, looked at Bai Xiaoyu's pale face, and continued, that is to say, you have been fucked 105 times. I wonder if my calculation is correct. Ding, poisonous tongue value plus 100. Who would have thought that before leaving, he actually made some money from this woman? Yifan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, then slammed the car door, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and rushed out suddenly. Devil. Bai Xiaoyu stood there, her pale lips moving slightly. Chapter 9 Lin Yuanyuan's Secret. Cars of the Maserati quadruport level are still very common in Yanjing. So along the way, Yifan did not encounter the situation that appeared in novels, where he was surrounded by people while driving a luxury car. What's going on with that woman just now? Lin Mengqing couldn't hold it in any longer, so she tilted her head and asked curiously. In college, she was the goddess in the eyes of the whole class, no, I should say most of the boys in the school. But now she has been tainted by this society. Yifan happened to encounter a traffic light at this time. After stopping the car, he shook his head and said, it's nothing more than seeing that I am rich and wanting to be with me. This is also very normal. There is nothing to say. This is how society is now. It's a pity. She could have had a better life, but she lacked patience. Between the rough road and the smooth soar, she chose the latter. After saying that, he shrugged. Then did I choose the latter, just like her? Lin Mengqing blinked and suddenly said. In her opinion, she seemed to be no different from the person named Bai Xiaoyu. Wasn't she being kept by Yifan now? Upon hearing this, Yifan gave her a displeased look. This woman, her head was caught in the door. He said in a series of nonsense words, you are different from her. As for how you are different, you can think about it slowly. After saying that, he glanced downwards. Rogue. Lin Mengqing understood immediately, her pretty face turned red, and she glared at Yifan with a coquettish look. You're a hooligan. Who was the one who just shamelessly asked to be supported by a hooligan like me? By the way, your service attitude is a bit poor. Can I give you a few bad reviews? A smile appeared on Yifan's face, and when he saw the green light, he started the car again. So what does it take to give a 5-star review? Lin Mengqing suddenly came over. After blowing a breath into Yifan's ear, he looked between Yifan's legs vaguely. Don't mess around, there are cameras everywhere. Seeing this, Yifan's face showed a slight panic. If this was captured by surveillance cameras and then uploaded to the internet, wouldn't he become an internet celebrity in minutes? Lu Zun was right when he said that once a woman becomes a hooligan, she can be very scary. Snort. Lin Mengqing snorted lightly, but didn't really dare to say anything, and sat back in her seat. Yifan took a sneak peek with lingering fear. It turns out that without her noticing, this girl's shamefulness value has skyrocketed to 125. Drive to the city center. Yifan finally chose a more famous roast duck restaurant. The price was moderate and the taste was good. The two of them were a little hungry after being busy all afternoon, so they ate a little too much. So full, so satisfied. Lin Mengqing rubbed her belly. Then she stretched, revealing her perfect figure, attracting the attention of all the men around her. Since you're done eating, let me take you home first. I have to go to work soon. Yifan took out his cell phone and looked at it, and found that it was already 6 o'clock. He didn't want to be late. Working in a bar is not tiring, there are many beautiful women, and it also allows him to meet all kinds of people and earn a lot of favorability, so he plans to continue doing this job until he has a better place to go. The two then got into the car. What time do you get off work? Lin Mengqing drew a circle on Yifan's chest with her fingers and said meaningfully. Don't waste time. You need to learn to control your desires. Yifan rolled his eyes and said helplessly. He had been working at full blast for 2 nights in a row, and although he had recovered almost completely now, if it continued tonight, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to get up the next day. That's just for you. Lin Mengqing snorted lightly, then rolled her eyes and said slyly, I think I'm hungry again. Are you a pig? Yifan didn't react for a while. But the next moment, he took a breath and knew what Lin Mengqing meant. Yifan arrived at the bar almost on time. Lin Mengqing allowed him to enjoy it completely effortlessly. Locker room. Yifan changed into a black suit that he had bought casually before dinner and came to the lobby of the bar. I didn't expect that you look so good in a suit. Dao Yao Yao came over, looked Yifan up and down, and helped him straighten his collar. I don't know who said yesterday that he would accompany me to buy a suit early this morning. Yifan chuckled and said. That's all your fault, you're just like a bull. Dao Yao Yao curled her lips and rolled her eyes, saying, I've been lying at home all day. If Sister A hadn't brought her friends over today, I would have taken a leave. Then I should be more restrained next time. Yifan blinked and made a suggestion. Want to be lazy? No way. Dao Yao Yao said coquettishly. Yao Yao, what are you talking about? At this time, Liu's charming voice sounded from not far away. Yifan and Dao Yao Yao looked back when they heard the voice, and found that next to Liu, there was a top-notch woman with almost perfect body curves and exquisite face. It should be Sister A's friend. After Dao Yao Yao finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Yifan and found that he seemed very surprised after seeing this beauty. No. Dao Yao Yao thought doubtfully. That's right, Yifan did know her. The woman was the owner of the gym, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, and said with her red lips slightly opened, Xiao Fanzi. She suddenly had the urge to come to Liu's shop today, but unexpectedly she met Yifan. She was deeply impressed by the man who answered her 3 questions in a row. Besides, she obviously already has someone she likes. But for some reason last night, I actually dreamed of myself and Yifan for the first time ever, and a man. Could it be the same feeling as in the dream? Thinking of this, a slight blush appeared on Lin Yuan's delicate face. What a coincidence. Yifan shrugged and said with a smile. He suddenly felt that the world was really small. Lin Yuan and Liu, one is the owner of a gym and the other is the owner of a bar. The industry spans such a wide range, but he knows them all. Acquaintance? Liu asked curiously to Lin Yuan beside her. Xiao Fanzi, that's the one I told you about, who answered 3 of my questions correctly in a row. Lin Yuan smiled and explained. After hearing this, Liu's eyes flashed with surprise. After looking at Yifan thoughtfully, she walked over with Lin Yuan. At this moment, Yifan was suddenly stunned. He couldn't see clearly because he was far away, but when they got closer, he found that there was a pink arrow pointing at each other between Lin Yuan and Liu, and the value was as high as 98 points. What's going on? He pondered for a moment and opened the messages between the two. Then, a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. XS experience is surprisingly the same. Yifan suddenly felt that he had discovered something extraordinary. Moreover, without realizing it, it seems that I have raised Lin Yuan's favorability a bit. There was a strange flash in Yifan's eyes. He only found out not long ago that chatting on WeChat can also increase favorability. Although he did not go to the gym today, he still chatted with Lin Yuan for a few minutes. Now Lin Yuan's favorability has reached 79 points. Why didn't you come to the gym today? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, she looked thoughtfully at Dao Yao Yao, who was standing beside her with a hostile look on her face. This woman is quite cute. Is she Yifan's girlfriend? I went to buy a car. Yifan came back to his senses and said with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded and didn't find it strange. After all, Yifan is a man who can spend 20,000 yuan to buy a gym membership. He is obviously a rich man. Although I don't know why he is willing to be a waiter, it is normal for him to buy a car. Okay, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend from working. She smiled, then took Liu's hand and walked towards the box upstairs. I'm not his girlfriend. Dao Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, then muttered to herself. But for some reason, she didn't say it out loud, so only Yifan next to her could hear it, which made Yifan feel a little amused. By the way, what car did you buy today? Then she nudged Yifan with her elbow and asked. Maserati President. Yifan replied after hearing this, then took out a car key from his pocket and waved it in front of Dao Yao Yao. Dao Yao Yao frowned, looked at Yifan with some doubt, and couldn't help asking, Maserati President. It seems to cost more than 1 million. Who are you? She originally thought that Yifan should be the kind of person who has some money but not very rich. When buying a car, the most he would buy would be a car worth 200,000 or so yuan, but no one expected that Yifan would buy a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan. This cannot be explained by just saying he is rich. Also, if you are so rich, why did you live in a small apartment before? Don't do anything illegal. She panicked and spoke out what was in her heart. What are you thinking about? Yifan raised his hand and tapped the forehead of the girl in front of him. Bang! It hurts. Dao Yao Yao covered her red forehead and suddenly turned into a little lion, gritting her teeth and wanting to retaliate, but with that little strength she had, she was no match for Yi Fan and was directly pushed against the wall. What do you want to do? There are so many people here. Dao Yaoyao's breathing stagnated and she felt a little at a loss. She was originally a straightforward person, but now she was surrounded by the bar staff and suddenly became timid. A blush even appeared on her fair face. Fuck, Yifan is really good. He looks so quiet and gentle, but I didn't expect he is actually a little wolf dog. I've long seen that there's something wrong with this couple, and it's just as I expected. My goddess, I feel like I will never believe in love again. Although the bar had not officially opened at this time, the employees had already arrived. After seeing this scene, they were immediately excited. I'm not some second-generation rich kid. I'm just an ordinary person. But I can't tell you how I got my money. I can only say that it's not illegal at all. And from now on, I'll get richer and richer. You have to be prepared. Yifan ignored the noise around him. With a smile on his face, he leaned close to Dao Yaoyao's ear and spoke. You have money, why should I be mentally prepared? Dao Yaoyao wanted to shrink back, but there was a wall behind her, so she could only glare at Yifan angrily. Because you are my woman. Yifan chuckled, then slowly lowered his head. Instantly, a faint fragrance wafted. Apart from a brief resistance at the beginning, Dao Yaoyao then immersed herself in it and slowly responded. Ding, favorability plus 50. The characters that appeared in front of him brought Yifan back to his senses. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because Dao Yaoyao's favorability had actually exceeded 200 points. After exceeding 200 points, every point of favorability gained will result in 3 times the monetary reward, which is 3,000 yuan. Awesome, my golden finger. Yifan secretly sighed in his heart. Don't do this next time. Dao Yaoyao tidied up her messy hair, and when she saw the looks of her colleagues around her, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her eyes. Yifan is Yifan, and outsiders are outsiders, the two are completely different. She can act very bold in front of Yifan, but not in front of outsiders. Yifan chuckled secretly, then nodded and said, okay, I get it. Unexpectedly. Dao Yaoyao looks carefree on the outside, but is actually a little girl at heart. The other side. In a private room in the bar. Liu Yi looked at Lin Yuanyuan who was daydreaming in front of her, chuckled, lit a cigarette for herself, and said, What? Which little boy are you thinking about? No. Lin Yuanyuan came back to her senses, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, and then she said, How could I be interested in a man? Having said that, as soon as she finished speaking, Yifan's figure appeared in her mind. In a panic, she subconsciously picked up a glass of beer on the table and drank it in big gulps. You can deceive others, and you want to deceive me. Liu Yi lay lazily on the sofa and said with a chuckle. She and Lin Yuanyuan met at a party when they were in college. Lin Yuanyuan is 2 years younger than her, and the fact that they became in this relationship now was completely an accident. After the incident, they both tacitly chose to continue the relationship. Gradually, they even thought that they were born to be like this, and began to ignore men. However, now Lin Yuanyuan seems. Well, indeed, I don't hate Yifan. Lin Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment and then spoke. What she said was actually not wrong. Apart from that inexplicable dream, she only had a slight liking for Yifan, which did not escalate to the level of a romantic relationship. It can only be said that they are not yet lovers. But even so, she was still a little flustered. After all, in a sense, she has already been cheating. Thinking of this, Lin Yuanyuan raised her head and looked at Liu Yi nervously. What's that expression on your face? Liu Yi showed a helpless expression, then after a moment of silence, she smiled and said, Yuanyuan, you have to know that although we love each other, it doesn't mean that we only like women. In fact, Liu Yi had already understood this point, but she had never met a man who made her heart beat. You mean we're not? Lin Yuanyuan did not say the last word, but both of them knew what it meant. It's not bad to have a man who can take in a demon like you. Liu Yi put out the cigarette in her hand, and then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said jokingly, but Yifan is not easy to deal with. You saw it today. Dao Yaoyao is no worse than you. It's not even a stroke yet. Lin Yuanyuan curled her lips and replied weakly. Chapter 10 Class Reunion. Before I knew it, a few days had passed. Apart from work, Yifan basically spends the day looking for a house he likes these days, but he doesn't like the low-priced ones, and he can't afford the high-priced ones, so he hasn't found a suitable one yet. Buy a house. Houses in Yanjing cost tens of thousands per square meter, which is beyond his ability to afford now. At night, he worked in a bar, with a stable income of about 500 favorability points per day, or 500,000. That's not a small amount of money. At present, Yifan has a balance of 3 million. Although this amount of money is nothing in Yanjing, at least he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. Bite. Yifan was about to have lunch when he received a group message on WeChat. Tonight at 7 p.m. at the Hyatt Hotel, Peony Hall, old classmates, don't be late. The sender was my class monitor in college. I almost forgot about this. Yifan patted his forehead, and a look of realization flashed across his face. Before he got the golden finger, the class monitor was planning to organize a class reunion. Most people expressed their willingness to attend, and the date was finally set for today. He didn't want to go at first, but after being invited by many people in the group, he finally agreed. However, he was too busy during this period and didn't think about it at all. If it weren't for this text message, he would have definitely forgotten about it. Besides, college life was not good for him. Think of this. Yifan frowned slightly and sighed. New. He replied one message and put his phone back in his pocket. Just go. In the evening, Yifan drove to the destination of the class reunion, the Hyatt Hotel. Bite. As soon as he parked the car, WeChat started ringing. He opened it and saw that it was a voice message from the squad leader. Yifan, where are you? Almost everyone is here, except you and Miss Bai. Send me a reply when you see them. So urgent? There was a hint of mockery on Yifan's face. He naturally understood why the squad leader insisted on letting him come. I just wanted to take advantage of the class reunion to ridicule him again. When he was in college, because of his mild social phobia, Yifan did not have a good relationship with most of his classmates. Although he was not bullied, verbal ridicule was inevitable, especially from the class monitor, who often laughed at him as a joke. The most excessive incident was that he clearly did not sign up for the welcome party, but the class monitor secretly signed him up, causing him to lose face in front of thousands of teachers and students. Afterwards, it ended with just a simple "I'm sorry, I wrote it wrong." At the door, Yifan sent a voice message in a calm tone, then walked towards the hotel entrance. Yifan. At this moment, a somewhat timid voice sounded from the side. Yifan looked back when he heard the voice. The person who spoke was Bai Xiaoyu, whom he had criticized harshly a few days ago. At this moment, she was wearing a black backless dress, which showed off her slender and well-proportioned figure. With her long black hair and delicate features, she was very eye-catching. You're here today too. Bai Xiaoyu showed a somewhat forced smile on her face. At this moment, she felt extremely regretful. She didn't want to come at first, but after hearing the squad leader say that Yifan was unlikely to come, she reluctantly agreed. After all, Yifan's words that day really scared her a little. As a vain person, she has always been careful in managing her own image, and she is undoubtedly very successful. In everyone's eyes, she is still an unattainable goddess. But Yifan is not included. Only Yifan knows what is hidden behind her wealth. Don't worry, I won't gossip. Yifan understood what Bai Xiaoyu was worried about and spoke in a calm tone. He is not a gossiper, so there is no need for him to spread Bai Xiaoyu's other side everywhere. Doing so will not do him any good. Ding, favorability plus 10. As soon as he finished speaking, a character flashed before his eyes. A strange look appeared on Yifan's face. What the hell? He had no intention of conquering Bai Xiaoyu, this slut. Thanks. A hint of gratitude appeared on Bai Xiaoyu's delicate face. Although she was afraid of Yifan, she still believed in his character. After all, so many days had passed. If Yifan wanted to expose him, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Beautiful Bai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you standing at the door? A voice came from the hotel entrance. The two turned their heads and saw a handsome young man in a dark blue suit. This person is the monitor of Yifan's class, Liu Yunji. You are, what's your name? Yes, Yifan. Har, sorry, I have face blindness. Please forgive me. Liu Yunji turned his head and glanced at Yifan. After pretending for a while, he suddenly realized. The squad leader is busy with all kinds of things, so there's no need for him to remember a small person like me. Yifan chuckled and said. His emotions were not affected by Liu Yunji's words at all. I'll go in first, you guys chat slowly. After saying that, he glanced at Bai Xiaoyu and walked into the hotel. Liu Yunji looked at Yifan's back as he left, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, then he looked at Bai Xiaoyu with a smile on his face and said, Beautiful Bai, we haven't seen each other for several months, right? The party will be over soon, why don't you invite a few people who are playable to you and continue the next one? We'll talk about it later. Bai Xiaoyu pursed her lips and said perfunctorily. Then, without caring what Liu Yunji had to say, he walked into the hotel alone. Hey, wait for me. Liu Yunji was slightly stunned and hurriedly chased after him. Yifan originally planned to ask the front desk about the location of the Peony Hall, but unexpectedly he met an acquaintance. Why are you here? The corner of his mouth twitched and he asked Lin Yuan beside him. I was just wondering why you didn't come to the gym these past 2 days. Lin Yuan blinked, with 1,000 doubts in her mind. Because ever since he met Yifan in Liu's bar that day, Yifan hasn't come to the gym for several days in a row, and his replies to WeChat messages were very perfunctory, which made her feel particularly uncomfortable. Could it be that after being a lesbian for too long, my attractiveness to men has declined to this extent? Busy. Yifan replied somewhat helplessly. In fact, the most important thing is that he knows both Lin Yuan and Liu Yi. One is a personal trainer and the other is a boss. Unless he recruits both of them, he will definitely offend the other one. But after thinking about it, he gave up this wonderful idea. After all, he could not handle Da Yao and Lin Mengqing alone. If he recruited these two beauties, he was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. Perfunctory. Lin Yuan wrinkled her nose, somewhat dissatisfied. Okay, I'm here to attend a class reunion today, so I'll leave first. Yifan waved his hand and turned to leave. Class reunion. Lin Yuan looked at Yifan's back with a thoughtful look on her face, then turned to the customer service at the front desk and said, Please help me check which hall is reserved by a group of students. Yes, miss. The girl at the front desk nodded quickly, tapped on the keyboard for a while, and then said, Miss, it should be the Peony Hall. Okay, I understand. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Just wait and see. When Yifan arrived at the box, Liu Yunji and Bai Xiaoyu had just arrived. Liu Yunji was chatting and laughing with a group of classmates, looking very happy. Bai Xiaoyu was trying to please the flattery from the classmates around her with a forced smile. When she saw Yifan coming in, her body trembled slightly. Hey, Yifan, you're going to be the last one to appear. When Liu Yunji heard the voice, he looked back and saw that it was Yifan. A malicious smile appeared on his face. After hearing this, most of the classmates around looked over with interest. After all, when they were students, Yifan had always been their happy fruit. If you're late, you have to drink as punishment. The monitor ordered Mao Tai today. You've never had it before, right? Want a glass? A man with a face full of pits and acne scars stood up from the dining table. After saying that, he picked up a cup that he usually used to drink water. Yifan recognized him. This person was one of the students with the worst academic performance in the class. His name was Li Changqing, and he always followed Liu Yunji around. Yes, have a drink. You've been in society for so long, you still need to have some manners, right? Why not just forget it? What if something goes wrong if we drink so much liquor at once? Who cares? It's not our fault that he drank. If something goes wrong, it will be Li Changqing's fault. Li Changqing, stop bullying Yifan. Even if you have to drink as a punishment, 1 glass of beer will be enough. The people around were talking one after another. Most of them wanted to see Yifan make a fool of himself, but some people were against it. After all, the class reunion was an event for everyone to get together and relive the good old days in college. If something really happened to Yifan and the party ended in a bad mood, then this class reunion would be in vain. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and was about to speak. Bai Xiaoyu, who had been silent at the side, suddenly stood up and said to Li Changqing with a somewhat unfriendly look, It's not even 7 o'clock yet, why are you forcing us to drink? After that, she looked at Liu Yunji who seemed to be in a daze and continued, What do you think, squad leader? Li Changqing suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. In his opinion, even if someone would stand up for Yifan, that person couldn't be Bai Xiaoyu. The two had no interactions at all when they were in college. One was a high-ranking goddess on campus, and the other was a taciturn person isolated by the classmates. The gap between them was huge. But reality is so dramatic. Regardless of why Bai Xiaoyu spoke, she was indeed speaking for Yifan now. Thinking of this, Li Changqing looked at Liu Yunji with some embarrassment. Because the reason he did this just now was because Liu Yunji wanted to ridicule Yifan before the class reunion started and give everyone some fun. Idiot. Why are you looking at me? Liu Yunji cursed inwardly, then laughed dryly. Har har har, since the beautiful Bai has spoken, then Yifan, you don't have to drink. Now that everyone is here, I will arrange for the waiter to serve the food immediately. The originally awkward atmosphere eased a little. Yifan looked at Bai Xiaoyu with some surprise. He was about to start speaking harshly, but he didn't expect this girl to actually speak up for him. Could it be that she has a masochistic constitution? Although he was a little confused, he was happy to be free and just found an empty seat and sat down. Halfway through their meal, and with some wine in hand, these old classmates began to flatter each other in various ways. Squad leader, as a civil servant, you must be very comfortable at work, right? Li Changqing probably drank a little too much, and his face was slightly red at this moment. The acne marks that were already obvious now look like craters on Ma's. It's just so-so. Besides, the government may reduce the salaries of civil servants recently. I just bought a car with a loan and I'm worried about this. Liu Yunji waved his hand and spoke in a very humble manner. But those with high emotional intelligence present could hear the pride in his words, but they just didn't point it out. The squad leader bought a car? What car? Li Changqing seemed surprised. A broken car. Liu Yunji said, pulling out a BMW key from his trouser pocket and said with a smile, A3 series, probably worth over 300,000 yuan. Fuck, a BMW. You're awesome, class monitor. You bought one a year after graduation. Li Changqing gave a thumbs up, then stood up, holding a glass in his hand, and said to the people around him, in our class, apart from the beautiful Bai, the class monitor is the one who is doing the best. Let's all toast to the class monitor. If the class monitor gets promoted in the future, we can brag to others that we have a classmate who is an official. How can I be considered an official? Liu Yunji shook his head, but still stood up. He was about to drink, but found that Yifan and Bai Xiaoyu were still sitting in their seats and had no intention of standing up. Yifan, this is a bit unkind of you, isn't it? Li Changqing frowned slightly upon seeing this and said to Yifan. He didn't dare to say anything to Bai Xiaoyu, because he knew Liu Yunji had always been interested in Bai Xiaoyu. But it was different for Yifan, a jerk who had been working for a year, but was still so tactless. Yifan was eating happily. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. After realizing that everyone around him was looking at him, he wiped his mouth and said with a smile, I drove here today, so I won't drink. Just have fun drinking. After saying that, he raised the orange juice in his hand. Puff. Li Changqing couldn't help laughing when he heard that. He showed a mocking expression on his face and said, Yifan, it's boring to be like this. Everyone knows your situation. You are from a rural family. It's nothing. We are all classmates. No one will look down on you. What's the point of renting a car to show off? Obviously, he thought that Yifan rented a car specifically to show off in front of them. Li Changqing, maybe Yifan really bought a car. Liu Yunji smiled, then rolled his eyes and said, take out the car keys and let me see. I'm a little curious. It's a junky car, it's not as good as the monitor's BMW. Yifan watched with interest the people in front of him making trouble. I'm a little uncomfortable today, you guys drink. Bai Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up at this time, and smiled faintly, Squad leader, are you going to let everyone stand all the time? Now that the beautiful lady Bai has spoken, come on, let's go. Seeing that Yifan had been exposed by him, Li Changqing showed a hint of pride on his face. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Liu Yunji also planned to let Yifan go for the time being. After all, it was not a problem to have so many people standing there. After he finished speaking, he was about to drink when the door of the box was knocked unexpectedly. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Liu Yunji frowned and put down his wine glass with some displeasure. Chapter 11 Bai Xiaoyu. When Lin Yuanyuan walked into the box with a smile on her face, the eyes of Yifan's male classmates all lit up. Liu Yunji was even a little embarrassed. He didn't even notice that the wine in his hand had spilled. "Who are you looking for, beautiful lady?" Liu Yunji swallowed and asked with a trembling voice. He had seen many beauties, but he had only seen a few super beauties like Lin Yuanyuan who were both beautiful and had a great figure in his life, let alone having such a close conversation with her. After hearing this, Lin Yuanyuan was about to speak, but she found that Yifan gave her a subtle look. "Don't make trouble, sister." Yifan felt helpless. He originally wanted to attend a class reunion quietly, as a way of ending his youth, and had no intention of stealing the show. If Liu Yunji wants to show off, then let him do it happily. Anyway, it won't affect him now. However, what Yifan didn't expect was that Lin Yuanyuan completely misunderstood his meaning. She frowned slightly, looked around and saw that Liu Yunji was the center of the crowd. Then, a hint of realization flashed in her eyes. "Want me to help you show off?" "No problem. This sister is the best at it." She blinked at Yifan, twisted her graceful body and walked over, then slowly leaned over, with her upper body lying on Yifan's chair, and smiled. "Dear, why did you come to my place without telling me?" Such a scene made the people around stunned. What the hell is this girl doing? Yifan felt the surprising softness of his back and looked at Lin Yuanyuan in confusion. He subconsciously checked his favorability, and it was still at 80 points, without any increase. However, for some reason his shamelessness value had become 50 points. He didn't do anything. What Yifan didn't know was, during this period, he did not do anything to win Lin Yuanyuan's favor. But as their relationship gradually became more familiar, Lin Yuanyuan felt that he was a mysterious person, and she was attracted to him unconsciously. This was due to the bonus of her favorability and the influence of Yifan's own charm. "My lady, you got the wrong person, didn't you?" Yifan still didn't intend to take the spotlight, so he stood up and said with a helpless look on his face. After saying that, he secretly tried a color on Lin Yuanyuan. According to his thinking, any normal person should understand it. Unfortunately, Lin Yuanyuan is not a normal person. She is a senior lesbian. Isn't he this enough? This kid is so greedy. Lin Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, her cheeks slightly reddened, and she reached out and hugged Yifan's arm directly, then said with a look of grievance, "Isn't it okay if I'm wrong? Next time you play games, I won't bother you again. Please forgive me this time. At most, after you go back home at night, you can do whatever you want, is that okay?" Perfect acting. This is just like what is said. Liu Yunji and a group of male classmates had dazed expressions and felt like they were dreaming. A few people who didn't believe it even pinched their arms, and when they felt the pain, the expressions on their faces became even more horrified. "It hurts, I'm not dreaming. Fuck, is Yifan pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? I think Yifan is a hidden rich second generation who comes here to experience the sufferings of the world. But does anyone know of any rich man in our country with the last name Yi? Will we be retaliated against for doing this to him in college?" Some male students looked at each other and whispered, and after they finished speaking, a trace of worry appeared on their faces. After all, Lin Yuanyuan's aura is so strong. She is wearing a lot of luxury goods and a diamond watch of unknown brand on her hand. It is obvious that she is not an ordinary person. And they all heard it just now. Lin Yuanyuan asked Yifan why he came to her without telling her. The potential meaning is, this hotel belongs to her. You know, this is Yanjing, where every inch of land is valuable. There is a luxuriously decorated hotel in Yanjing, which shows how rich the family is. The most important thing is that China still pays more attention to matching the family backgrounds. For Yifan to have such a girlfriend, his family background is beyond their imagination. No wonder Yifan doesn't hate Liu Yunji at all. Thinking of this, they all showed a look of sudden enlightenment on their faces, and the eyes they looked at Liu Yunji changed from deliberate flattery to subtle ridicule. Liu Yunji felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him, and a trace of shame and anger flashed in his eyes. How is that possible? Yifan, how could you have such a fair, rich and beautiful girlfriend? He looked at Yifan and Lin Yuanyuan, who were inseparable, in front of him with disbelief. After secretly comparing Bai Xiaoyu and Lin Yuanyuan in his heart, his mood became even lower. In terms of appearance and figure, Lin Yuanyuan is at the leading level. There is no comparison when it comes to real assets. Yifan, a scoundrel who had always been suppressed by him in college, now unexpectedly married a beautiful, rich and white girl, but he had never even held by Xiaoyu's hand. Thinking of this, he felt even more unbalanced. What the hell are you doing? Seeing that things had come to this point, Yifan sighed secretly and said after feeling the burning gazes around him. Lin Yuan blinked in confusion and asked, "Dear, what did you say? Do you forgive me or not?" "Good. Want to continue acting? Then I'll act with you." Bang! Yifan was so angry that he put his hand on the girl's butt. Then, amid the envious and jealous eyes around him, he put his arm around Lin Yuan's waist, which was as soft as a water snake, and said with a smile, "Sorry everyone, I may have to leave first. I have to discipline her later." When he mentioned the word discipline, he deliberately emphasized the tone. Almost all the men around understood immediately and showed meaningful expressions. "You hurt me." Lin Yuan's face flushed and she said coquettishly, "I don't know if it's an illusion, but Yifan always feels that this girl's body has become softer, as if she has no bones. Monitor, send me the bill later. I'll treat you to this meal." After realizing that he couldn't keep a low profile any longer, he stopped pretending. "No need, we'll split the money." Liu Yunji clenched his fists. He finally understood how Yifan felt when he was bullied by him and his accomplices. After Yifan left, the box suddenly fell into an eerie silence. "I think it's impossible. Don't you know what kind of person Yifan is after all these years of being classmates? How could he be a rich second generation?" Li Chanqing looked at the somewhat embarrassed Liu Yunji, his mind turned, and he suddenly realized, "Don't be fooled, everyone. You all know that I used to work in the student union. I have seen Yifan's file. His family is definitely from the countryside. And didn't he go home during his sophomore year? At that time, the circle of friends he posted was just an ordinary farmer's house in the countryside, right? In my opinion, this person must have hired an actress. Although the woman is beautiful, the luxury goods she wears may be fake. Some grade goods are even more realistic than the real ones. I have a friend who bought a fake Bulgari ring for his girlfriend. The real thing costs more than 10,000 yuan, but he only spent a few hundred yuan. His girlfriend didn't even notice it." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around looked at each other, as if thinking about something. They were just shocked by Lin Yuan's aura and their minds were unable to react for a while. "Now that I hear what Li Chanqing said, I feel that it makes sense. Yes. During the 4 years in college, Yifan not only looked very low class, but also had a very soft temper. Even if he was bullied badly by Liu Yunji, he remained silent. Such a person. Could it be a rich second generation? In their perception, the second generation of rich people are the type who always complain about everything. Even if you want to dress up as a poor person to feel the sufferings of the people, there is no need to be so pretentious. Indeed, when I think back, although that woman acted very naturally, she was still a little nervous when Yifan hugged her. She didn't look like a real girlfriend." When Liu Yunji saw that everyone was frowning, he immediately felt that what Li Chanqing said made sense, and he quickly expressed his own opinion. As soon as these words were spoken, the box suddenly became noisy. "Now that the squad leader said that, it seems to be true. Fuck, is it necessary for Yifan to be like this? We are all classmates, why is he trying to be so pretentious? Har har, I guess you want to slap me in the face. Have you read too many novels? Don't believe everything you hear. I think Yifan is not ordinary. Even if he is not really a rich second generation, he is probably doing well, right? Think about it, that woman is so beautiful, is it possible for ordinary people to get in touch with her?" Most people felt that what Liu Yunji and Li Chanqing said made sense, and they expressed their disgust towards Yifan in anger. They completely forgot about the various concerns they had expressed when they learned that Yifan was a rich second generation. Certainly. There are also a very small number of neutral people who think that Yifan is not an ordinary person. But these voices are too few. In the box filled with heated emotions, not a single splash was made. Well, today is a class reunion. There's no need to make everyone unhappy because of that guy. It's just right that he left. He wasn't sociable in college, and now that he's out in society, he's still thinking about showing off to his old classmates. I really don't know what he's thinking. Is that interesting?" After Liu Yunji finished speaking, he looked at Li Chanqing with admiration. After exposing Yifan's true face, he is in a very good mood. But just as he was about to continue speaking out and accuse Yifan of his sinister intentions, a cold har-har was heard. The sound was clear and everyone in the box heard it. And the sarcasm is extremely obvious. Liu Yunji looked in the direction of their voice with some annoyance, but then he was stunned. Bai Xiaoyu sat on the chair, her arms clasped across her chest, the corners of her mouth slightly turned down, and she looked at him as if she was looking at a monkey in a zoo. Beautiful Bai, do you think what I said is wrong? Liu Yunji frowned deeply and asked with a forced smile. Naturally, he had some thoughts about Bai Xiaoyu, so he could only suppress his inner irritation. As long as you are happy. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyu shrugged, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The expression on his face showed that he didn't care. The implication is very clear. It is obvious that what Liu Yunji just said is complete bullshit. Liu Yunji, including everyone present, has experienced the ups and downs of life in society. Is it possible that I can't hear it? Ms. Bai, if you have something to say, just say it directly. It's not good to be sarcastic. It will hurt the relationship between classmates. Liu Yunji couldn't help it and spoke in a hard tone. He was already a little nervous due to the stimulation of Yifan, and now seeing Bai Xiaoyu's contentious eyes, he could no longer control his emotions. I'm being weird. Bai Xiaoyu showed a hint of amusement on her face, and then said in a somewhat cold tone, what do you mean by this? I said you have been working for so long, don't you have the ability to distinguish right from wrong? Oh, by the way, you were used to bullying Yifan when you were in school, and now that he has become powerful, you can't accept the reality and are jealous. Aren't you too petty? Fart. Liu Yunji couldn't help but yelled with a red face, Yifan is obviously a country bumpkin, just pretending to be awesome. How can I not accept the reality? When we were in college, we were all young and immature. We were just playing around with each other. How could it be considered bullying? I am now a civil servant after all, and I eat the public food. Would I be jealous of Yifan because of his good development? Besides, he obviously hired a woman to show off in front of us old classmates. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. Besides, didn't he just say he drove here? Why didn't he dare to take out the keys? If he is a rich second generation, he should at least have a car worth more than 1 million, right? At the end, Liu Yunji seemed to think that what he said made sense. He picked up the BMW key on the table and continued complacently, although I am not a rich second generation, at least I can drive a BMW. Why would I be jealous of him? Bai Xiaoyu, you have to open your eyes. Some people pretend to be rich second generations, but fake is always fake. High-quality stocks like me are not everywhere. I think you are crazy. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. I don't want to bother with you. Bai Xiaoyu chuckled helplessly, then stood up, picked up the bag beside her, and prepared to leave. No, you can't leave. Liu Yunji quickly came to the door of the box, stretched out his hand to stop Bai Xiaoyu, and said with bloodshot eyes, speak clearly, what do you mean I'm crazy? You are so supportive of Yifan, do you think he is a rich second generation and want to climb into his bed? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the box was stunned. Although Liu Yunji felt a little regretful, he had already said it and couldn't take it back. Bai Xiaoyu was so angry that her face turned pale, and she said in a cold tone, get out of the way. I won't let you. Liu Yunji was filled with anger at this moment, and there was a voice in his head that kept telling him, Bai Xiaoyu is a bitch. She comes from an ordinary family, so why does she live so freely? She must be kept by someone. You are giving so much and getting nothing in return. You might as well destroy her. Yes, destroy her. Why should I be a bootlicker with nothing? Why can she be the goddess who is high above everyone else? The years that flashed through Liu Yunji's mind were like the devil's whisper, and he no longer cared about anything. Don't think I'm stupid. You're a recent college graduate from an ordinary family. Where do you get the money to travel around and buy so many luxury goods? Har har, you've been kept by someone for a long time, right? Goddess. I think it's a bitch. After saying that, Liu Yunji looked at Bai Xiaoyu who was a little panicked in front of him, and his heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Chapter 12 Class Reunion. As soon as Liu Yunji said this, the box suddenly became noisy. Everyone immediately gathered around the two of them. Liu Yunji, you're going too far. How could the beautiful Bai be kept by someone? Yes, Miss Bai, don't be angry. The monitor must be mad at that boy Yifan. Class monitor, please apologize to the beautiful lady Bai. Liu Yunji, you are a civil servant after all. You can't just say something like this without any evidence, right? Most of those who spoke were boys. These people, like Liu Yunji, have been secretly in love with Bai Xiaoyu since college. Now that they heard what Liu Yunji said, how could they hold back from speaking? Although I have no evidence, don't you think what I said makes sense? Liu Yunji's eyes were a little vague. These groundless stories were actually collected by him himself. Ever since he started pursuing Bai Xiaoyu, he has been looking for all kinds of information about Bai Xiaoyu all the time, including birthday, likes, dislikes, daily hobbies, and so on. Naturally, there were some not so good rumors, one of which was that he was being kept by someone outside the school. However, at the time, he only wanted to be with Bai Xiaoyu, so he didn't believe it at all after hearing the news. Moreover, after hearing this rumor, he even thought in his heart, so what if I'm being kept? As long as a beauty like Bai Xiaoyu can be with him wholeheartedly in the future, he will definitely not mind these. Besides, isn't this kind of thing normal these days? He also doesn't mind being an honest man. The reason why Liu Yunji said such words today was because he was really irritated by Yifan. In addition, the woman he liked spoke for Yifan, which caused him to become furious and then vent all his anger out. To be honest, Liu Yunji is already feeling a little regretful now. On the other side, some girls who don't like Bai Xiaoyu on weekdays all gathered together. They glanced at Bai Xiaoyu from time to time, and then whispered about what Liu Yunji had just said. I think what Liu Yunji said makes sense. Bai Xiaoyu comes from an ordinary family. Where does she get the money? Does anyone know where she works? I think he's working as a salesperson in a 4S store, but I'm not sure about the details. How much commission can you get from selling a car? It seems like she is really being kept. As the girls spoke, they looked at Bai Xiaoyu with contempt. All of these people have one thing in common, that is, they don't look that good looking or have good figures. When they were in school, they were fed up with a bunch of boys surrounding Bai Xiaoyu all day long, and they have long been dissatisfied. Now that they have encountered such a good opportunity, how could they not add insult to injury? Bai Xiaoyu's face turned pale at this time. She looked around and after feeling the strange looks from everyone around her, she pursed her lips and looked at Liu Yunji with cold eyes. What? Am I wrong? Seeing this, Liu Yunji swallowed and asked with forced calmness. Yes, you are right. I am being kept. Are you satisfied? A strange smile suddenly appeared on Bai Xiaoyu's face, like an enchanting rose. She figured it out. This kind of thing would be known to others sooner or later anyway. It would be better to let her say it herself. Moreover, what Yifan said to her before had been firmly imprinted in her mind these days. For the first time, she felt that her former self was so disgusting, and she didn't want to continue living like this. Ms. Bai, please don't say such angry words. The monitor was also anxious just now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Changqing quickly tried to smooth things over. I didn't say that in anger. Bai Xiaoyu stretched, showing off her curvy and graceful figure, then yawned and chuckled. After seeing Yifan today, I was ready to be exposed. After all, he knows me inside and out. I didn't expect him to really do what he said and have no intention of gossiping. Compared to him, Liu Yunji, you are just a hypocrite. What do you mean? What do you mean you know everything about her? Have you ever been together? Liu Yunji clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. Can you please think more normally and not let your mind be filled with these dirty things? Bai Xiaoyu showed a hint of sarcasm, then sighed. I would like to have a scene like this with Yifan, but he thinks I'm dirty. As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell into silence. Bai Xiaoyu is really being kept by someone. After realizing this, the boys who had originally spoken for Bai Xiaoyu showed expressions of disgust on their faces. Not to mention those girls who were jealous of Bai Xiaoyu. They were whispering just now, but now their voices were obviously much louder, as if they were afraid that Bai Xiaoyu couldn't hear them. Have you really been kept by someone? Liu Yunji's voice trembled a little. He could tell from Bai Xiaoyu's tone that she didn't sound like a joke. He regretted why he brought up this topic. That's right. Although I regret it now, there's no need to deny what I did. Bai Xiaoyu looked at Liu Yunji, who was a little bit at a loss, and sneered, weren't you very righteous just now? Why are you like this now? Liu Yunji clenched his fists, his face turned blue and red, and then as if he had made up his mind, he said seriously, I don't mind your past, Bai Xiaoyu, you know I have liked you since college, and my heart has not changed over the years, Stop. Before Liu Yunji finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyu quickly raised her hand to interrupt him, and then said in astonishment, my squad leader, you don't have a fever, do you? Even if I, Bai Xiaoyu, want to find an honest man, I won't find you, please don't be so self-indulgent. What's wrong with me? Am I not well off? I have a house and a car, and I'm a civil servant. Liu Yunji said with a flushed face. I don't care about these things now. What's more, there are so many people who own houses and cars now. So what if they are civil servants? After the chief minister took office this year, civil servants have had a hard time. Bai Xiaoyu curled her lips and continued, speaking of cars, don't bring out this broken BMW of yours to embarrass yourself. Yifan doesn't bother to argue with you, but I really can't help it. Let me tell you, he just picked up a Maserati President at my workplace 2 days ago. Impossible. Liu Yunji's face was shaken, but he still said, even if you don't like me, don't use such a clumsy lie to attack me. He found it hard to accept this reality. You are really narcissistic. Bai Xiaoyu looked at Liu Yunji with disdain, then waved her hand and said, get out of the way, I'm leaving. The tone is very strong. Seeing this, Liu Yunji subconsciously moved aside. What happened today? I think I won't see you all again, I wish you all take care. Bai Xiaoyu walked outside and waved with her back turned. After leaving the box, Yifan hugged Lin Yuanyuan and walked outside the hotel. Can you let me go now? Lin Yuanyuan twisted her body and found that Yifan's hands were a little dishonest. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, hey, don't push your luck. I just took you to show off and fly. It's fine if you don't repay me, but you actually took advantage of me. In fact, she felt that Yifan's hands seemed to have magical power, which made her a little addicted to them. She was afraid that if she continued like this, she would lose control and make a fool of herself. Help me. Yifan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help laughing. I say, Madam Lin, have you become stupid from exercising? I just told you not to make too much noise and to do what you need to do, but you just made me into the hero of a novel who plays the pig to eat the tiger. Besides, this girl said not to let him get any further. The favorability and shamefulness value keep increasing. What is this? Are you at Sunder? What? Lin Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She was certainly not stupid. After understanding Yifan's words, she chuckled awkwardly and said, I'm just being kind. Besides, it seems like you and your classmates can't get along well. Isn't it nice to pretend to be cool? I just don't think it's necessary. Yifan shrugged. Then he talked about his experiences in college. Ha, is this true? Why were you so honest in college? The other party bullied you, and you didn't even fight back. Lin Yuanyuan smiled coquettishly, then looked Yifan up and down, and said in amazement, what a pity, such an honest man, how could he become like this now? What's wrong with me now? Yifan touched his chin, somewhat puzzled. He felt that he had not changed much from before. It's just that after getting the golden finger, I can see a lot of things clearly. No wonder. When I came in, I noticed that the atmosphere seemed a little strange. Are those people mocking you again? Lin Yuanyuan did not answer Yifan's question, but curled her lips slightly and said disdainfully, if I had known this, I should have given them a good beating just now. It's really too easy for those people. Repair? That's boring. Yifan let go of Lin Yuanyuan in his arms, stretched his waist, and said with a smile, the grudges in the past are simply not worth mentioning to me now. It feels good to retaliate, but if I do this, what's the difference between me and them? Isn't this lowering me to the same level as them? If I have that much free time, I might as well enjoy my life. In fact, he had originally planned to give those people a good slap in the face at the class reunion. But after seeing these old classmates entering society without much change, he suddenly became a little bored. I see. The realm is different now. Lin Yuanyuan smiled and looked at Yifan with some surprise. Pattern. It is one of the criteria for measuring a person's future. Yifan's words made it very clear that those classmates were no longer from the same world as him, and there was no need to pull himself back to the same level as them for the sake of those people. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Yifan waved his hand and smiled. He didn't want to continue talking about this boring topic. Okay, let's not talk about this. By the way, you just said, enjoy life. How do you want to enjoy it? Lin Yuanyuan blinked, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The meaning of the words couldn't be more obvious. Yifan felt the softness coming from his arm, tilted his head to look at Lin Yuanyuan's favorability, and found that it had reached 95 points, only 5 points away from breaking 100, and the shame value was already 90 points. According to his experience, with such a high value, as long as he exerted a little effort, he could easily get this beautiful woman with a graceful figure and explosive beauty in front of him. The options appeared. 1. We are alone together, it's a dark and windy night, how do you think I should enjoy myself? 2. Put your arms around her and kiss her forcefully. According to Yifan's understanding of the system, these two options are likely to directly defeat Lin Yuanyuan. It's just that one is more euphemistic and the other is more direct. Yifan pondered for a moment. It was impossible for him to have no thoughts about the enchantress Lin Yuanyuan, but if he wanted to accept her, he had to consider Liu Yi's reaction to this matter. According to what he knew, these two girls are definitely a lesbian couple. If he steals Liu Yi's girl, God knows what this beautiful girl will do. After all, compared to Lin Yuanyuan, Liu Yi's favorability is only over 60 points, and they can only be considered good friends. Not to mention, he and Xie Qingqing both work in Liu Yi's bar, and even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. What? Take Liu Yi and Lin Yuanyuan in together? It's not that he hadn't thought about it before, but it was too troublesome to implement. If he wasn't careful, there would definitely be a fire in the backyard, which would be very troublesome. So, for the sake of peace and quiet, let us not collect any for the time being. What's going on between you and Liu Yi? Yifan hesitated for a moment, and instead of following the options, he asked on his own. What's going on? Lin Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, we are best friends. Although she looked very calm, Yifan could still clearly notice that the girl's pupils suddenly shrank. Moreover, the shamefulness value, which was originally as high as 90 points, suddenly dropped by 20 points. Best friend. Why do I feel like they are not similar? Yifan smiled slightly, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him whose expression was becoming more and more stiff, and continued, okay, stop pretending. Others can't see the relationship between you two, but I can see it clearly. How did you know that? Lin Yuanyuan sighed softly, a hint of worry showing on her beautiful face. It's nothing for her, but because of Liu Yi's family relationship, Lalar's identity must not be spread out, otherwise it will cause great trouble for her. This is one of my strengths that is not worth mentioning. Yifan laughed, then looked at the worried Lin Yuanyuan, and continued, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about the relationship between you and Liu Yi. I can promise you that. Thanks. Lin Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief. What she was worried about was that Yifan would make this matter known to everyone, and Liu Yi would definitely be in trouble. Now that she had received Yifan's guarantee, she felt relieved. Although the two have known each other for a short time, she still trusts Yifan's character. But we can't keep going like this. The last time she talked to Liu Yi, it proved that they were not just lesbians. Now that she has a good impression of Yifan, it also proves this point. Then, as long as Liu Yi also. Thinking of this, Lin Yuanyuan showed a thoughtful expression on her face. Fine. Yifan waved his hand, then checked Lin Yuanyuan's panel, but unexpectedly discovered that this girl's favorability and shamelessness value had increased instead of decreased, both exceeding 100 points. What the hell is this? Logically speaking, shouldn't your favorability towards someone be reduced if they have something on you? Chapter 13 I really regret. Let me ask you a question. What do you think of Sister Liu? Lin Yuanyuan walked around Yifan, then stood on tiptoes and asked with a smile on her face. What do you think? After hearing this, Yifan was a little confused. He was still wondering why Lin Yuanyuan's favorability and shamelessness had increased, and he never expected that the topic would turn to Liu Yi. Then let me put it another way. Which one do you think is better, me or Sister Liu? Lin Yuanyuan thought for a moment and asked with a chuckle. What's the point of comparing? You two are both beautiful women, each with your own characteristics. There is no difference between you two. Yifan replied subconsciously, then frowned and asked suspiciously, why do you ask such a question? He always felt that the girl in front of him suddenly became strange. Pick one. Lin Yuanyuan pouted her lips, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Of course it's Sister Liu. Seeing this, Yifan said helplessly. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanyuan's eyes widened immediately, and then she said unhappily, Hey, you are too disrespectful to me, aren't you? The person standing in front of you is me, not Sister Liu. Even if you really think Sister Liu is pretty, you shouldn't say it so bluntly. This man is truly a pure steel straight man. How could she like someone like this? I speak the truth. Yifan shrugged and smiled. He now just wants to lower Lin Yuanyuan's favorability as soon as possible, so he has been singing a different tune from this girl. But what puzzled him was that no matter what he said, Lin Yuanyuan's favorability rating remained at just over 100. No increase, no decrease. What's going on? He thought to himself with some doubt. Because according to common sense, when he praises another woman for her beauty in front of another woman, the woman's favorability towards him should decrease. But before he could figure out what was going on, Lin Yuanyuan spoke again. Forget it, let me tell you this, Sister Liu and I are not just lesbians. According to Sister Liu, we are both bisexual, but we haven't met the person we really like yet. She paused here, then showed a meaningful smile on her face and continued, I don't know what Sister Liu's attitude towards you is now, but I can be sure that I, Lin Yuanyuan, have a good impression of you, Yifan. It's not between friends, but between men and women. After finishing speaking, Lin Yuanyuan's eyes condensed and she stared at Yifan intently. Har har, are you kidding me? Yifan laughed dryly twice and thought to himself, oh no. He didn't expect this girl to be so bold. Even though he had shown it so obviously, Lin Yuanyuan didn't back down and confess to him directly. This would be a bit troublesome, and he would have a hard time explaining it to Liu Ruotong. The woman who stole the girlfriend's boss. This operation is really quite sexy. Do you think I'm joking? I'm telling you to stop being so timid, okay? I just want to have a relationship with you, not to marry you. What are you afraid of? Lin Yuanyuan came closer to Yifan, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a triumphant smile. It looks like a little fox stealing meat. I have a girlfriend. Yifan said helplessly. The brain circuit of the woman in front of him must be different from that of others. He clearly did the opposite, but the development of things deviated from what he expected. Dao Yao Yao. Although Lin Yuanyuan used a question mark, her tone was extremely affirmative. Obviously, she and Liu Yi had definitely discussed this topic directly. Good. Yifan nodded quickly. That's not my business. Lin Yuanyuan snorted lightly, then moved closer to Yifan. Yifan could even smell the fragrance coming from his nose. He looked at the beauty so close to him, and his heart was suddenly filled with ripples. Who told you to answer my 3 questions correctly? Since you've offended me, don't think you can just walk away so easily. After saying that, Lin Yuanyuan raised the corners of her mouth. Then, under Yifan's somewhat dazed gaze, she tiptoed slightly. Like the scent of a rose. Although it is thorny, it is full of intoxicating flavor. Bai Xiaoyu left the hotel expressionlessly. She had never expected that a seemingly ordinary class reunion would turn out like this. Is it Yifan's fault? No, it's all her fault for being too vain. She has been reflecting on this for the past 2 days. As soon as she entered university, she was attracted by the colorful world in front of her. She wanted all the good things, such as cosmetics, jewelry, bags, clothes, etc. However, her family was not well off, so what could she do? She could only look for online loans and credit cards. After she maxed out a credit card for the first time and experienced the joy of shopping, she became addicted. 10,000, 20,000. 100,000, 200, 000. The debts on credit cards and online loans kept increasing, so much so that it became difficult to cash out in the end, and my credit rating was in a mess. At this time, she did not think she was wrong, but instead tried every possible way to fill the hole. Then, she was kept by someone. The days of being kept were exceptionally comfortable. Not only did one not have to pay back the money, but one could also receive tens of thousands of pocket money every month. Apart from the fact that the man was a little older, there were almost no disadvantages. Bai Xiaoyu was addicted to it until the other party got tired of her and kicked her away. Just at this time, she found Yifan in the 4S store. She thought he was still a jerk, but reality gave her a hard punch. Is Yifan a rich second generation? This is really incredible. But, it's just right. She wanted to grab this life-saving straw in front of her. Unfortunately, Yifan rejected her. At this time, Bai Xiaoyu still owed a lot of money, and it was almost impossible for her to pay it back. In desperation, she could only call her parents in her hometown. Her parents did not ask her too much. Instead, they comforted her and transferred all the money they had prepared for home decoration to her. The parents on the other end of the phone were very calm, but she could clearly feel the trembling in their voices. She regretted it for the first time. I regretted it so much that I wanted to commit suicide, because nothing could be more heartbreaking than the disappointment of my biological parents. Fortunately, she is still young and has plenty of time to honor her parents. White beauty, wait. Just when Bai Xiaoyu was immersed in his memories, Liu Yunji's voice suddenly sounded from not far away, and in just a dozen seconds, the man ran in front of her. What else do you want? Bai Xiaoyu's face darkened and his tone was flat. Although she hated her previous self, it didn't mean that others could comment on it, especially a hypocrite like Liu Yunji. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I just said those words in anger. I really like you. I have liked you since college. I don't care what you were like before. As long as you are willing to be with me, I will always treat you well. Liu Yunji clenched his fists and said sincerely. He didn't want to give up on the beautiful woman in front of him. Even if the other person has a messy private life, as long as he or she turns over a new leaf, everything will be fine. You really make me feel. Bai Xiaoyu sneered, and before she could utter the word disgusting, her body suddenly stiffened. Because not far away, Lin Yuan was holding Yifan's arm and looking at this side with curiosity. Yifan. Bai Xiaoyu bit her lower lip tightly, her slender body tense. What happened in the 4S store that day, although it inspired her in a disguised way, also became a shadow in her heart. After all, Yifan was so terrifying at that time that he even knew her deepest secrets. If Bai Xiaoyu wasn't a materialist, she would have thought Yifan was a devil. What are you doing? Yifan didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he frowned and looked at the two people in front of him, who were in a somewhat strange atmosphere. After being forcefully kissed by Lin Yuan, he no longer had any scruples in his heart. If Liu Ruotong came, he would just work harder to capture her together. After thinking about it, he decided to drive to find a hotel, but he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance before he had taken a few steps. Nothing, I was just about to leave. Bai Xiaoyu shook her head and prepared to leave. Although she didn't hate Yifan, she was still secretly afraid of him. If it's nothing serious, it's better not to contact him in the future. Xiaoyu, just give me a chance. I will let you feel my sincerity. You won't be disappointed. Liu Yunji first glared at Yifan fiercely. Then he quickly came to Bai Xiaoyu, blocked her way with both hands, and said with a pleading look on his face. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyu suppressed her anger and said in a cold tone, Liu Yunji, do you think too highly of yourself? Although I am a rotten person to the core, it does not mean that I am interested in you. I am making this clear today. If you dare to harass me again, I will call the police. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Why? Do you have someone in your heart? Liu Yunji's face turned pale, and then he seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and stared at Yifan fiercely, saying, It's you, right? Har har, he's just a fake rich second generation. Bai Xiaoyu, you actually believed it. Yifan suddenly felt like he was shot even when he was lying down, and said helplessly, Don't involve me, I was just passing by. Be careful what you say. Lin Yuan said in a cold tone. What he said makes sense. I am just a fake rich second generation. Yifan felt that what Liu Yunji said made sense. He patted Lin Yuan's hand, then chuckled and said, I grew up in an orphanage. If I eat well, the whole family will not be hungry. How can I be called a rich second generation? Xiaoyu, look, you said he bought a president car from you? He grew up in an orphanage and was extremely poor in college. How long has he graduated? How could he earn as much as a president car in just a few months? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. You just spoke up for such a hypocritical person. I am so disappointed. As if he thought he knew the truth, Liu Yunji said with a face full of jealousy. Oh. Bai Xiaoyu sneered when he heard this and said nothing. She was not in a hurry to leave now, since there was a good show to watch. Yifan looked at Bai Xiaoyu thoughtfully. This girl, did she just speak up for him? I thought you just bought a car for commuting, but I didn't expect you to buy a luxury car worth over $1 million. Lin Yuan was a little surprised, then blinked her eyes, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile, "Where are the keys? Show me which car it is." "Give." Yifan came back to his senses. He first glanced at Liu Yunji, and then, in front of Liu Yunji's incredulous look, he took out the Maserati key from his pocket, handed it to Lin Yuan, and said with a smile, "Although I am not a rich second generation, I still have some savings. It is not a problem to buy a president. I originally wanted to buy a BMW, but now I think it's a good thing that I didn't buy it, otherwise it would be embarrassing if my taste collides with someone else's." Ding, Venom value plus 100. Another unexpected income. Maybe it's fake. Liu Yunji avoided his gaze, and before he could finish his words, the white headlights of a Maserati President suddenly flashed in the distance. White. Not bad, it's my favorite type. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. You are a wealthy man, how can you be interested in my car? Yifan shook his head with some amusement. Although he didn't know how much Lin Yuan was worth, the hotel behind her was a good proof that her family had at least tens of billions. That's my dad's money, what does it have to do with me? I'm really broke lately. Lin Yuan snorted, then looked at the stunned Liu Yunji and said arrogantly, I don't know who is the frog in the well. Why are you so proud of buying a shabby BMW? How much can a civil servant like you earn? You are spending your parents' pension money, right? Liu Yunji blushed when he heard this. Feeling that he couldn't stay any longer, he turned around and left. The annoying person is finally gone. Lin Yuan opened her phone and took a look. Then she stood on tiptoe, opened her red lips slightly, and leaned close to Yifan's neck and whispered softly, It's almost 10 o'clock. Why don't you find a hotel? Are you planning to do me here tonight? It seems very exciting, but I think if you do this, you will be invited to have tea by my dad tomorrow. Stop it. Yifan pushed away the kitten like Lin Yuan with some amusement, then turned to look at the indifferent Bai Xiaoyu and asked softly, Did you speak for me just now? It's just the truth, but some people can't accept the reality. Bai Xiaoyu said with a somewhat evasive look. As for Yifan, she didn't know what attitude she should adopt towards him. Respect? Indifference? Friendly? Or fear? You quit. Yifan pondered for a moment and said with a complicated expression. Because Bai Xiaoyu's status said, my car hasn't been selling well recently, so I'd better change jobs. My family is helping me pay back the money, and I can't let them down. How do you know? Bai Xiaoyu was a little suspicious, but then she thought of something and nodded, yes, you know everything. In her eyes, Yifan is no different from those omniscient and omnipotent charlatans on TV. The bar I'm working at right now is still short of staff. If you work hard a little, you can definitely make 15,000 a month. If you're lucky, you can even make 20,000. If you think it's possible, I'll talk to them about it for you. Yifan shrugged and said. In fact, he and Bai Xiaoyu did not have any deep hatred, he was just being too sentimental. Besides, this girl spoke up for him today, which means she is on his side. If she encounters difficulties, she will help her. Real, Yifan shook his head decisively. The person who liked Bai Xiaoyu is long gone. Chapter 14 Lin Yuan succeeds. The next afternoon, in a luxuriously decorated hotel room. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone alarm rang as expected. Yifan rubbed his sore eyes, sat up in a daze, and after pulling away the quilt covering his body, he saw a beautiful body lying on the white couch. Cold. Lin Yuan also woke up at this time. She pouted and moved closer to Yifan. The two of them were pressed tightly together, and Yifan could clearly feel the warmth of the other's body. Even though he had consumed too much energy last night, he couldn't hold back for a moment. After one night, Lin Yuan's favorability had directly exceeded 200 points, with extremely rapid progress. Stop it, wasn't last night enough? Yifan rubbed Lin Yuan's head helplessly, turning it into a chicken coop. I'm not a child anymore, stop touching my head, or I'll bite you. Lin Yuan retracted her head and glared at Yifan fiercely. It looks like a cat with bared teeth and claws. Which one? A smirk flashed in Yifan's eyes. Lin Yuan's originally fair and flawless face was suddenly dyed with a layer of bright red, making her look exceptionally beautiful. I'm ignoring you. She pouts and dives into bed. You should rest well in your room today. I have to go to work, otherwise your old lover will deduct my salary. Yifan patted the beauty in the quilt, then stood up and put on his clothes. What do you mean by old lover? That sounds really bad. Lin Yuanyuan poked her head out from under the quilt, then rolled her eyes and said, Are you missing your little darling Dao Yao Yao? You guys are roommates, right? Didn't she say anything when you didn't go home yesterday? No, I just said I was with you, and she replied with an oh. Yifan touched his chin, recoiled and said, Yifan, are you stupid? Why did you say I'm with you? Aren't you going to break up with Dao Yao Yao? A trace of anxiety suddenly flashed across Lin Yuanyuan's face, and she jumped out of the quilt. It's true that she likes Yifan. But she always had a sense of guilt in her heart. After all, Yifan already had a girlfriend, and by doing this, she was simply stealing someone else's girl. Now hearing Yifan say this, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Hey, it's gone. Yifan was putting on his clothes while admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. Combined with the morning sunlight, it looked like a moving painting. By the way, you and Liu have been together for so long, why is that still there? After saying that, he pointed to the bright red on the bed sheet. It's already this hour, why are you still asking these questions? Lin Yuanyuan pulled the quilt over to cover the red color with some embarrassment, and then said, The problem now is, what should we do with Dao Yao Yao? Although it sounds a bit like a green tea bitch to say this, I really don't want you to break up because of this. I was just kidding. Yifan chuckled and said, This is not a novel where two women can share one man just by saying a few words. This is the real world. Unless you are powerful, don't cheat. You scared me to death. Lin Yuanyuan patted her chest, and then, as if she suddenly realized something, she smiled playfully and said, You mean, you have power now? I didn't say that. Yifan shook his head, looked Lin Yuanyuan up and down, and said helplessly, Isn't this the only way? I also want to wait until I have power and influence before doing that, but someone can't wait. There is no other way, I can only obey. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, he left the bedroom without caring about Lin Yuanyuan's reaction. Yifan! You bastard! Lin Yuanyuan yelled with her face flushed, then threw the pillow in her hand away. Bar. It was already evening. Yifan changed into his work clothes and moved among the crowd with a warm expression. Before he knew it, he had been working here for some time. During work, he spent most of his energy on interacting with people, and the effect was obvious. Whether it is a regular customer or a new customer, everyone knows that there is a master at picking up girls here, his name is Yifan. Will you come with me to look at the house tomorrow? Yifan walked in front of Dao Yao Yao, looking around and smiling. Work. Dao Yao Yao replied casually, then suddenly came in front of Yifan and sniffed like a puppy. After a moment, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up and said, Well, not bad, I didn't get taken advantage of by other coquettish bitches. Are you born in the year of the dog? A funny expression appeared on Yifan's face. This girl actually added 10 points of favorability because she didn't smell any other scent. Yifan. At this time, a somewhat familiar voice was heard from the side. Yifan turned around and found that it was Liu, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Hello, boss. He smiled, stretched out his hand and said hello. I have something to talk to you about. Come with me to the office. Liu took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Then she turned her head, looked at Dao Yao Yao, and asked, Do you mind lending me your boyfriend? I haven't agreed to be his girlfriend yet. Dao Yao Yao mumbled something, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then he turned and walked to the side. Liu tilted her head, her charming eyes staring at Yifan. After a moment, she showed a touching smile, Let's go. Yifan followed behind with a thoughtful expression on his face. The two of them arrived at the office without saying a word. You and Lin Yuanyuan did it. After Liu came to the office, she asked directly without any preparation. The options appear. 1. Nodded and said, Yes, last night. 2. Shake your head and say, That's not true. Where did you hear that? Yifan blinked. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman in front of him with a cold expression would ask such an explosive question right away. The second one is definitely not an option. Since Liu has already asked this, even if I am not 100% sure, it is almost there, so there is no need to hide it anymore. Yeah, last night. He nodded and replied with a smile. Favorability +1. Yifan was a little surprised. You should tell the truth. Liu curled her lips, put out the cigarette in her hand, and continued, you know about my relationship with Lin Yuan, right? Don't worry, I'm not here to accuse her. Besides, I also contributed to her being so free. I asked you to come here today just to confirm it. The options appear again. 1. Question. I heard from Lin Yuan that your situation is the same as hers. 2. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good, can I leave now? Yifan had never met someone like Liu, so he didn't know how to respond for a moment and could only rely on options. So, which one should we choose this time? The options appear again. 1. Question. I heard from Lin Yuan that your situation is the same as hers. 2. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good, can I leave now? Yifan had never met someone like Liu, so he didn't know how to respond for a moment and could only rely on options. So, which one should I choose this time? He pondered for a moment, looked at the leisurely Liu in front of him, and asked with a smile, I heard from Lin Yuan that your situation is the same as hers. In other words, I like both men and women. Liu chuckled when she heard that, then stood up and slowly walked over to him. Yifan is about 1.78 meters tall, but after Liu put on high heels, she is not much shorter than him. Just when he felt a little uncomfortable and was about to ask, Liu suddenly stretched out her index finger, stroked it across his face, and then pressed it against his chin. Same, so what? Different, so what? A faint fragrance wafted into Yifan's nose, and the enchantress actually leaned close to Yifan's ear and asked quietly. Although Yifan felt his heart beating faster, he didn't find it too exciting, because Liu's favorability and shamelessness were obviously not high. So, there must be something fishy going on. Options. 1. Take a step back and say, I'm sorry, my question just now was a bit presumptuous. 2. Go a step further and hug her. You definitely can't choose the second one, the favorability is so low. But, since the favorability is not high, why does Liu behave like this? Yifan looked at Liu with some doubt, but unexpectedly found a hint of cunning in the corner of her eyes. Are you trying to trick me? Thinking of this, Yifan took a step back, straightened his work clothes, and said, sorry, my question just now was a bit presumptuous. Favorability +5. Sure enough, the favorability increased. This is definitely a trap. Liu blinked, as if a little surprised, but immediately revealed a charming smile and said softly, it seems that you are not the kind of person who can't resist temptation. You are qualified. After saying that, she took out a cell phone from her pocket, on which a call was ringing. After she chose to answer the call, she turned on the amplifier. A familiar voice sounded. Liu Xiaoyao, please don't make trouble. Yifan and I are already together. I couldn't help it first. Hey, say something. We are husband and wife after all, don't do anything stupid. Okay, I'm scared. At most next time, is this okay? Why do I suddenly have the illusion that I'm cheating on Yifan? Lin Yuan's voice kept coming from the phone. As Liu listened to these words, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. Yifan watched all this speechlessly. How old are you? Why are you still playing this game? He originally thought that Liu would at least be a little more mature, but he didn't expect that she was just as mature as Lin Yuan. Could it be that the IQ of people who fall in love will decrease? After all, although he was with Lin Yuan, the relationship between Lin Yuan and Liu did not decrease, but increased a little. He was a little confused about this. Could it be because of bisexuality? Okay, stop talking. Your man behaved well. He was lucky that I didn't get him. Liu curled her lips, then took out a cigarette from her bag and lit it. This woman has a strong smoking habit. Yifan didn't intend to say anything, but at this moment, options appeared in front of him. 1. Frowning, are you smoking again? Do you know that this will make you age faster? 2. He smiled and said, don't smoke alone, give me one too. On the surface, these two options seemed to be fine, but Yifan just discovered something. When Liu took out the cigarette, she hesitated for a moment before lighting it. So it is very likely that she wanted to quit smoking, but because her addiction to smoking is so strong, she can only control herself as much as possible. then the correct option is obvious. You're smoking again? Do you know that this will make you age faster? Yifan frowned and said. Favorability +5. Sure enough, after hearing this, Liu looked at the cigarette in her hand, took a deep puff, and then stomped it out with her foot. Don't tell me such a big truth. I know it, but I can't give it up, she said lazily, and then as if she suddenly discovered something, she tilted her head and said in surprise, Are you concerned about me? The options appear again. 1. Pursed lips, don't be so conceited. I'm only saying this for Lin Yuan's sake. 2. Said softly, Of course, health comes first. Don't be so self-indulgent. I'm only saying this for Lin Yuan's sake. Yifan curled his lips and said lightly. The degree of favorability between him and Liu is not very high. If he cares too much about her, it will have the opposite effect. This is also the experience he gained from communicating with the girl during this period of time. Thank you for your concern. Liu's expression remained unchanged as she replied lazily. But she didn't know why, she felt a little lost. After their conversation was over, Yifan and Liu separated and returned to their jobs. What did I do for you? Dao Yao came over immediately and asked casually. My boss thought I was handsome and suave, and that being a waiter was a waste of my talent, so he wanted to recruit me as his wife, but I rejected it sternly. After all, I already have you, so I don't like her. Yifan looked at Dao Yao, who clearly wanted to know but pretended to be indifferent, and said with a smile. Humph, nonsense. Dao Yao snorted lightly, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Although she didn't get a satisfactory answer, she didn't hate such words. Favorability +10. Just then a guest arrived, so she quickly left Yifan's side and continued to work. Yifan also planned to find something to do. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard a noise not far away, and one of the women's voices was particularly loud. What's wrong with me coming to the bar? I didn't do anything. Him? He's my foreign friend, is that okay? Also, don't look like you're ready to hit someone. The quality of Chinese people is really low. It seems that my decision to immigrate is the right one. Originally, Yifan didn't plan to go over because he was not responsible for dealing with trouble. But the woman's words made him feel extremely uncomfortable. When he walked to the noisy place, a woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes first caught his eye. Next to the woman was a black guy who looked very fashionable. The two seemed to be together. In front of them was a young man of medium build with a simple and honest face. But in the eyes of this young man now, already filled with anger. Chapter 15, Warning about having a baby? What do you mean I'm going to hit someone, Xu Yang? You're my girlfriend, and now you're coming to the bar with a nigger, and this nigger treats you like that. If you were me, how would you react? Wang Wei was about to explode with anger at this point. He clenched his fists and stared at the innocent-looking black man with red eyes. Today is the 100th day that he and Xu Yang have been together. He used the salary he earned from working this month to buy a limited edition Chanel lipstick at Sephora. He originally planned to give Xu Yang a surprise, but when he arrived downstairs of the dormitory, he was told by Xu Yang's roommate that she had left long ago. Not knowing why, he quickly called Xu Yang's cell phone, but found that the other party hung up directly. Helpless, Wang Wei could only ask Xu Yang's best friend for help. As a result, reality gave him a hard blow. He saw with his own eyes that his girlfriend was actually snuggling in the arms of a black man with a very happy look on her face. And the black man actually touched her all over, touching places that even his boyfriend had never touched. If Wang Wei could continue to endure this, he would not be a man. Can you please stop talking about niggers? He has a name, Wayne. Can you be more civilized? Xu Yang frowned and said with displeasure, What did he do to me? This is just a joke between friends. It's very normal in foreign countries. Can you not make such a fuss? Also, what did you promise me before? Not to interfere with my life. What about now? You even learned to stalk me. Wang Wei, you have really improved. By the end of her speech, Xu Yang's face was full of sarcasm. These are two completely different things. Wang Wei shouted, but he didn't know how to start for a moment, and his face suddenly turned red with anxiety. As the quarrel continued, more and more people looked over here. Fortunately, the music in the bar covered the sound and most people stayed in their seats and didn't come over, so he didn't feel particularly embarrassed. However, a few people secretly took out their mobile phones and started filming. It's the same thing. If you still want to live with me, get out of here now. Wayne and I are just here to have a drink. I will go back to the dormitory tonight, Xu Yang said impatiently. Wang Wei clenched his fists, not knowing what to do for a moment. He didn't know what kind of emotion he was in. Was he angry? Or unwilling? His mind was in a mess. Yifan watched all this with an expressionless face. Wang Wei's performance reminded him of his past self. Although Bai Xiaoyu was not his girlfriend at that time, they were both equally humble when it came to relationship issues. In the words of the internet, it is a dog licker. Xu Yang. Age, 25, height, 159 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 75, 69, 79. Experience, 123. Current situation, I am dating a black man through Falcon. He is vain and has had 4 abortions. He is currently unable to get pregnant. The woman's data appeared before his eyes. A hint of disdain appeared on Yifan's lips. He did not deny that there were many good women in this world, but Xu Yang was undoubtedly the worst of the worst. On the edge. Wang Wei felt very bitter at this time. As for breaking up with Xu Yang, he couldn't do it for the time being, because he had just taken Xu Yang to see his sick mother last month. As she was an old man who had a son, his mother was already quite old and in poor health. She had always been very anxious about his marriage. After meeting Xu Yang, she kept urging him to marry Xu Yang. If his mother knew that he and Xu Yang broke up, God knows how the sick old woman would react. Then He sighed softly and prepared to leave, but before he could finish his words, a man stood in front of him. You don't really want to leave like this, do you? Yifan looked at Wang Wei, who looked exhausted, and asked in a flat tone. Who are you? Wang Wei was stunned for a moment, then said. Just a passerby who doesn't like certain things. Yifan shook his head, turned around, looked at Xu Yang who was standing with the black guy not far away with a mocking expression, and said, I didn't want to stand up, but since you said that Chinese men have low quality, then I can't stand it. What the hell is this to you? Xu Yang frowned, looked Yifan up and down, and said disdainfully, You are the waiter here, right? Mind your own business, believe it or not, I will complain to your boss about you. Please. Yifan shrugged, spread his hands and smiled, but I still have something to say. You have a Chinese man on your left and a Chinese man on your right. Could it be that the black man next to you is okay? Is it because he is bigger? Of course, this is also true. Black people's thing is indeed much bigger than that of Asians. Just for your information, I also had a black boyfriend before, so I naturally have a say. Xu Yang nodded as a matter of course, not feeling ashamed at all. Xu Yang, you are so shameless. Wang Wei couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. I have no shame. Okay, let me make it clear today. Xu Yang sneered, then said arrogantly, Wang Wei, you have no looks, no height, and no money. What qualifications do you have to say that I am shameless? If I hadn't seen that you are obedient and give me the money from your part-time job every month, would I be willing to visit your sick mother? But your mother likes me very much. She said that as long as I am willing to marry you, she will agree to give me a red envelope of 100,000 yuan. Of course, the betrothal money is calculated separately, but it must be at least 200,000, because I have a younger brother who is getting married. My parents have worked very hard to give birth to me and raise me, and I can't let them be too tired. We are both seniors and will soon enter society. You should work harder and buy a house and a car as soon as possible. Then maybe I will consider marrying you. Of course, the car doesn't matter, but the house must be in my name. That's it. I've said everything I need to say. Go back and think about it carefully. After saying that, she waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly. Wang Wei's face turned pale at this time. He thought Xu Yang also liked him, but now it seemed that it was all wishful thinking on his part. House. His family did have an old house, but it was definitely for his mother to live in. He had thought that after marrying Xu Yang, they would work hard together for a few years to save money to buy a small house. Moreover, he had no idea about the 100,000 yuan red envelope. His family did not have much savings, and the 100,000 yuan was most likely his mother's retirement money. Now, his mother actually wants to take out this money so that he can start a family. As for the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift and the car, how could he possibly afford it when he hasn't even graduated yet? Wang Wei thought dejectedly. Wonderful. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but clapped his hands. She finally saw what rural feminism was. Compared with her, Bai Xiaoyu was nothing but a dwarf. They were not even on the same level. Xu Yang, right? I want to ask, where do you get the confidence to ask for these? Let's not talk about the red envelope. They want a house and a car. The house must be in your name, and the betrothal gift must be 200,000 yuan. Do you think you can get these with peace of mind? He asked curiously. This person named Xu Yang has an above-average appearance, but her expression is stiff and you can tell at first glance that she had plastic surgery. Not to mention her figure, I give her a bad review. Flat chest, pot waist, even a little fat. If he wasn't dressed so boldly, no one would notice him in a crowd. Just because I can give birth to a child for him, do you know how painful it is for a woman to give birth? You men can't understand it at all. Xu Yang snorted coldly, and then said in a matter-of-fact tone, I think the device for experiencing childbirth is a good invention. Wang Wei, if you can't stand the pain of level 10 in the future, don't let me give birth to a child for you. You want people to experience having a baby, why don't you experience buying a house and a car? Yifan asked with some amusement. He has no objection to men who love their wives and specifically try out instruments for childbirth, and he even approves of it. But this experience cannot be forced. Men and women should be equal, but now in China, due to some unhealthy trends, if you dare to say bad things about those people, all your information will be exposed in less than a day. This is really terrible. Both men and women can buy cars and houses, why don't you let your men have a child and see? Xu Yang retorted with a sneer. What you said makes sense, but you have to be able to give birth to a child. Yifan smiled, feeling a little emotional. No wonder pastoral feminism is so arrogant now. Their childbirth warning is so terrifying that he can't even refute it. What do you mean? Why can't I have children? Don't talk nonsense, or I will sue you for defamation. When Xu Yang heard this, a trace of panic flashed across her face. Family members know their own business. She had had 4 abortions and her endometrium had long been as thin as paper. The chance of getting pregnant was almost zero, even harder than winning the lottery. And even if she is lucky enough to get pregnant, the chance of miscarriage is close to 99%, and her life will be in danger. So she will definitely not be able to have children in this life. But she hid this matter so deeply that even her mother didn't know about it, let alone outsiders. The man in front of her must be cheating her. But why do I always feel a little uneasy? Wayne, let's go. Thinking of this, she quickly pulled the black guy next to her and prepared to leave. You can't leave now. Wang Wei blocked their way and asked in confusion, Xu Yang, explain clearly why he said you can't have children. You believe what strangers say. Seeing this, Xu Yang could only suppress her impatience and said in a somewhat stiff tone, didn't you want me to leave just now? Now I want to leave, why are you stopping me? Oh, you feel guilty. Yifan folded his arms and asked with interest. With the help of the golden finger, all demons and monsters are invisible in his sight. Not only did he know that Xu Yang had had 4 abortions, he also knew the specific dates and who the children belonged to. The evidence was sufficient, so he had nothing to fear. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Xu Yang glared at Yifan, then said to the black guy in English with an apologetic look on her face, Wayne, I'm sorry, let's make an appointment next time. Okay. The black guy shrugged, looking regretful. He had just come to China some time ago and had not had the chance to experience the exotic customs. He thought he could succeed today, but he did not expect that a Cheng Yao Jin would show up and ruin his good fortune. Just as they were about to leave, Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, November 15, 2015, Shanghai Women's Hospital. May 5, 2016, also at the Shanghai Women's Hospital. October 22, 2016. Did you go to Hangzhou this time? It was changed to Hangzhou Tongder Hospital. In 2017. Shut up. Xu Yang turned around abruptly. His face turned pale and he asked in a trembling voice, what nonsense are you talking about? Did I say something wrong? Yifan chuckled and asked in a calm tone. Xu Yang, what's going on? What do these dates and hospitals mean? 2017? You were just a sophomore at that time, right? Were you sick? Wang Wei asked with some confusion. Let's talk about it when we get back. Xu Yang really didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. The person in front of her was simply a devil. After saying that, she took Wang Wei's hand and prepared to leave. She now regretted why she chose this bar today. Don't go. Yifan stepped forward quickly, stopped the three people, and then said to Wang Wei, no need to go back, I will tell you now, the first time was with a senior's child, the second time was with a black child, the third time was with a junior's child, and the fourth time was with a black child again. Big sister, you have had 4 abortions in a row, and your endometrium has become paper. You can't have children anymore, so why do you ask for a car and a house? The last sentence was naturally directed to the pale-faced Xu Yang. You are talking nonsense. Xu Yang's voice trembled and her face showed fear. Until this moment, she was still holding on. Is it true? At this moment, Wang Wei's worldview seemed to have been completely refreshed, and he looked at Xu Yang in disbelief. In fact, in his opinion, although Xu Yang was a little greedy for fame and fortune, as long as she was willing to live a good life, it would be fine. But what he never expected was that Xu Yang had already had 4 abortions. Although Yifan did not produce any evidence, no matter who saw Xu Yang's current appearance, they would not have the slightest doubt. After all, such things would be known in the hospital, and there was no need to lie. No, he's lying. Xu Yang quickly shook her head, then took Wang Wei's hand and said, let's go, this guy is simply sick. Etc. Wang Wei pushed Xu Yang away and said seriously, the innocent will be innocent. Xu Yang, I am asking you seriously now, are you willing to go to the hospital with me? In fact, if Xu Yang agreed on the spot, he would not take her there. Unfortunately, this woman obviously has something to hide. Are you crazy too? I'm not sick, so I won't go to the hospital. Xu Yang yelled and quickly left the bar. The black guy followed closely behind. Seeing this, Wang Wei stood there with a look of disappointment, because he already knew the answer. His girlfriend, Xu Yang. She had really had 4 abortions. Not to mention that she can't get pregnant now, even if she could, she wouldn't want her child to live in that kind of house. Thanks, brother. After a moment, Wang Wei came back to his senses, thanked Yifan beside him, and then asked with some doubt, but how do you know this? Could it be that he knows one of Xu Yang's ex-boyfriends? He guessed with some curiosity, and even thought of a series of love-hate dramas. It's okay. This is just one of my insignificant strengths. Yifan waved his hand, then smiled and said, I have to continue working, you should go back early. After he finished speaking, he was about to turn around when a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Not far away, Bai Xiaoyu, wearing a maroon jumpsuit, stood timidly aside with her hands in front of her. You're here. Yifan smiled, then pointed at Dao Yaoyao who was peeking at this place not far away and said, go find her, she is my girlfriend, I will arrange for you to join the company. Okay. Bai Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then looked over quickly. But he found that the person he saw was not Lin Yuan, but another beautiful woman he had never seen before. Is this a girlfriend? What about Lin Yuan? She was a little confused, but didn't think much about it and walked away quickly. Why aren't you leaving yet? Want a drink? After Yifan watched Bai Xiaoyu leave, he was about to leave, but unexpectedly, the man named Wang Wei was still standing there. Go now, go now. Wang Wei nodded quickly and turned to leave. When passing by Dao Yaoyao, he couldn't help but take another peek. So beautiful. Such a woman is actually the girlfriend of the man just now? He is obviously not very handsome. Working here, doesn't he look like a rich person and looks like a loser no matter how you look at him? But he turns out to be a winner in life? Wang Wei thought with some shame. Chapter 16 in the car again. The next day, Yifan woke up from bed. He yawned and looked at the somewhat shabby rental house in front of him. He could no longer suppress the urge to move. I opened my phone and checked my bank deposits, and there was nearly 6 million. Although the housing prices in Yanjing are high, most of them are around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter. 6 million yuan is enough to buy a medium-sized house. Will you accompany me to see the house? Yifan opened WeChat, found Lin Mengqing's profile picture, and sent a message. Since this girl was kept by him, apart from sending WeChat messages every day to report her schedule, she has been in the hospital taking care of her mother who had just undergone surgery. I haven't seen her for several days. I'm in the hospital. I'll get lunch for my mom at noon and accompany you in the afternoon. Reply immediately. It seems that staying in the hospital is quite boring and he never leaves his phone. Then I'll come to the hospital to see you, and visit my aunt by the way. Yifan thought for a moment and replied. After the operation, Lin Mengqing's mother asked Lin Mengqing every day who gave her the money. Of course, Lin Mengqing didn't dare to say that she was kept by someone. She could only say that she had found a relatively rich boyfriend. Lin Mengqing's original words at the time were, "Boss, please, just pretend to be my boyfriend and video chat with my mother, please, please." Yifan could only agree with a helpless smile, and then expressed his condolences to Lin's mother through the phone. Naturally, Lin's mother didn't know that Lin Mengqing was just being kept by Yifan. She kept asking Yifan to come to the hospital to find her, and her words revealed her complete satisfaction with Yifan. After all, he is rich, kind to Lin Mengqing, and willing to spend money on her medical treatment. Where can I find such a son-in-law? Why did you suddenly come over? I didn't put on makeup properly today. And I didn't bring any cosmetics. Lin Mengqing quickly sent a message. The punctuation is a bit messy and he looks a bit flustered. As your boyfriend, I went to the hospital to see your aunt, what's wrong? Yifan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and typed with a chuckle. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Mengqing's reply, he got up and went to the bathroom, tidied himself up, and then went out. Drove to the hospital downstairs. Yifan did not rush up, but went to the nearby fruit shop to buy a basket of fruit. After all, it was the first time they met, and it would be unreasonable not to bring something. When he arrived at the door of the ward, he first looked inside. Lin Mengqing was not there. Lin's mother was lying on the hospital bed, chatting with her fellow patients. This is a multi-person ward. Although Yifan thinks a single room is better, Lin Mengqing thinks it is too expensive. Anyway, the operation has been done, and there is no difference between a single room and a multi-person ward. Especially since Lin's mother is a lively person, she has to go to work and cannot be with him all the time. Having more people to chat with may be more conducive to recovery. Xiao Yi? You're here. At this time, Lin's mother also noticed Yifan at the door and shouted hurriedly. She had seen Yifan in the video and was deeply impressed, so she naturally recognized him at once. Where's Mengqing? Yifan came to Lin's mother's bed with a smile, nodded to the patient next to him, put the fruit basket aside, and said, I'm sorry, Aunt, I came to see you just now. It's okay, it's okay. You're usually busy with work. Qingqing has already told me. Mother Lin smiled cheerfully and said, no need to buy these. I'm already very happy that you came to see me. By the way, Qingqing knew you were coming, so she ran out in a hurry and said she would be back soon, but now half an hour has passed and there is still no sign of her. This girl is really worrying. When she finished speaking, she seemed to be quite disappointed with him. She should be back soon. Yifan chuckled secretly. This girl must have gone home to put on makeup because she didn't have any. Really, it's not like I haven't seen her without makeup before. Is it necessary for her to put on makeup every time we meet? Just then, there was a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly heard outside the ward. Don't run inside the hospital. Then a somewhat stern female voice sounded. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Lin Mengqing apologized to the nurse beside her and walked quickly into the ward. Qingqing, where have you been? Mother Lin looked at the refreshed Lin Mengqing with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Her daughter is good in every way except that she is too vain. However, she understands that women dress up to please themselves. Oh, nothing to do. Lin Mengqing looked at Yifan, who was already in the ward and was looking at her with interest. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her delicate face, and then she hurried over and whispered, come out with me. What? Xiaoye just came and hasn't said a few words to me yet. Mother Lin said with some dissatisfaction. At this time, the patient on the bed next to him said, what the hell are you doing? They are just having a private conversation, why are you meddling in it? That is. Lin Mengqing stuck out her tongue at Lin's mother, then pulled Yifan up and walked out the door. This girl. Mother Lin shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I think your son-in-law is really good. He works hard outside and is so rich at such a young age. The patient said with some emotion. That's right. My daughter is so beautiful, so it's natural that she'll find an excellent boyfriend. Mother Lin was somewhat pleased. After all, these days, there are really not many people who can easily shell out 100,000 yuan to treat their future mother-in-law. Then, everyone in the ward started talking about Yifan. Mother Lin also spoke with great interest, with a satisfied smile on her face. Why did you come here suddenly? Although Lin Mengqing pouted and sounded somewhat dissatisfied, there was a hint of smile in the corner of her eyes, and it was obvious that she was saying one thing and thinking another. What is more obvious is that the favorability mine has been increased. Miss you. Yifan raised his hand to tidy up the girl's messy hair, then said with a smile. You're lying. If you missed me, you would have come here a long time ago. Lin Mengqing squinted her eyes and enjoyed it, humming softly, as expected of a big boss. He said he would buy a house, so what do you think? Which one do you like? North Shore Gardens. Yifan said this, took out his cell phone, opened a picture, and handed it to Lin Mengqing. Not bad. Although the location is a little off, the transportation is very convenient. If you have a car, it won't affect you at all. The green area is very large, and the layout of the house is also good. It is fully decorated and you can move in directly. The price is 4 yuan per square meter. It's not high in Yanjing, but the smallest area here is also square meters. Do you have so much money? Or do you decide to take out a loan? After Lin Mengqing finished her comments, she asked with some curiosity. No, I'll pay in full this time. And of all these room types, I like the flat layout the most. It's very suitable for one person to live in. Yifan shook his head and said with a smile. The local tyrants are just rich. Lin Mengqing raised her eyebrows, then hesitated for a moment and said, You're spending so much money on buying a house, so you don't have to give me next month's. Well, you don't have to give me that. But don't worry, I'm not running away, I just want you to wait until you have more money before giving me the money. Don't worry, I will definitely not give you anything less than that thing. When Yifan said, that's something, he deliberately emphasized his tone, which made Lin Mengqing feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. Be careful or I'll eat you. She had a clenched teeth look and looked like a kitten. What to eat? Yifan continued to drive fast. Huh, I haven't eaten it for several days. I don't know if the taste has changed. Lin Mengqing grabbed Yifan's arm and urged, let's go. Aren't we going to look at the house? Where did you park your car? In the car again. Yifan widened his eyes. Is it so exciting? Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Lin Mengqing snorted and said, Bayan Garden is located in the north of Yanjing, a little far from the city center. But fortunately, the transportation is convenient. After Yifan and Lin Mengqing arrived at the underground garage, they first took some time to take care of the girls' feeding, and then drove directly to their destination. It still tastes familiar. Lin Mengqing took out a tissue, wiped the corner of her mouth, and then said with a satisfied look on her face. How did you swallow this? Yifan was very curious. As a man, I feel disgusted just by smelling the stuff in my body, but some women just like the smell. There are also rumors that eating this can beautify the face, which is scary to think about. Don't you like me like this? Lin Mengqing opened the mirror in the car and asked casually while fixing her makeup. She actually didn't like the taste. The reason she did this was that when she was looking up learning materials on the internet, she happened to see an article saying, after most men see women do this, their hearts will be filled with an inexplicable desire to conquer, which can have a very good promoting effect on the relationship between both parties. Yifan helped her when she was in the most difficult time. Naturally, she wanted to satisfy Yifan as much as possible in such trivial matters. Like. Yifan blinked and decided to follow his inner thoughts. Although this may seem a bit perverted, he actually felt very happy. Arrived at the destination, Yifan parked the car in front of the sales office. Seeing this, a female salesperson inside hurried over and helped Yifan open the car door. Welcome to North Shore Gardens. Are you here to see the house? After the female salesperson looked the two of them up and down, she had already made up her mind and immediately asked with a smile on her face. Maserati Quattroporte, a luxury car worth over 1 million. Although the man was dressed in ordinary clothes, he looked very calm and you could tell at first glance that he was a wealthy man. The woman had a slender figure and was extremely beautiful, no worse than those stars on TV. In the eyes of the female salesperson. For a man and a woman like this, there is a 10% chance that they come to the sales office to buy a wedding house, so the possibility of a deal being successful is very high. Yes, take me directly to see the model house. I have already checked out the house type and layout here online. Yifan nodded and said with a smile. As expected, I didn't encounter any of the face-slapping plots that appear in the novel. But it is also in line with common sense. After all, he came here in a president's car. Any salesperson with a keen eye would not be neglected in the slightest. Okay, what's this gentleman's name? The smile on the saleswoman's face became even brighter. She could see that the rich person was the seemingly ordinary young man in front of her. Yifan. Yifan answered casually. Mr. Yi, this lady, please follow me. The saleswoman nodded, then stretched out her arm to guide him. The model house is not far from the sales office, about 2 or 3 minutes walk away. As soon as he entered the door, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Yifan's eyes. Although he had seen the photos online. But the photos are fake after all, and there is a possibility that they were photoshopped. So he was mentally prepared. But what I didn't expect was that the real thing in front of me was not any different from the photo. The overall decoration of the house is in cool colors. The walls are monotonous white, and the tables, sofas, floors, etc. are all decorated in a cross of black, white and grey, giving people a very high-end and cold feeling. Although this decorative style is not liked by the older generation, it is very suitable for young people like him. How many square meters is this house? Yifan asked the female salesperson beside him while walking around the house. Mr. Yi, this is a flat, and it's one of the best apartments in the building, so the price will be a little higher than the average. The female salesperson was always paying attention to Yifan's tone and expression, and when she found that the other party did not react at all, she felt a little relieved. How much per square meter? Yifan nodded and asked. He doesn't care whether it is the best building or not. Because the title of King of Buildings is just a marketing strategy deliberately hyped up by the developer. It is nothing more than a better location and overall decoration, a higher average price, which can satisfy the buyer's vanity, but there is no difference from other houses. 50,000, this average price is not high. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment and then revealed the price. 50,000 per square meter is indeed not considered high in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, and can even be said to be at a lower middle level. However, due to the average location of North Shore Garden, the surrounding subway has not been built, and the overall real estate industry is in a downturn, not many people are willing to spend 6 million to buy a house in the suburbs of Shanghai. Of course, the suburbs also have their advantages. At least the air is many times fresher than in the city center. How do you feel? Yifan asked Lin Mengqing, who was beside him. Lin Mengqing was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, not bad. It's more than just good. The decoration, style and layout of this house are very much in line with her aesthetic taste. Her biggest dream is to have such a house. Help me calculate the total amount, please. By the way, which ones are left with the same decoration? After Yifan finished speaking, he smiled and looked at the female salesperson beside him. Mr. Yi, do you mean that you have decided to buy it? The saleswoman opened her mouth slightly and asked in disbelief. It's not that she had never seen rich people before, but she had never met someone like Yifan who decided to spend 6 million to buy a house just by taking a casual look. She had been working in sales for so many years and had never met anyone like Yifan. What? You plan to make me regret it? Yifan said jokingly. No, I'll calculate it right away. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson quickly took out the computer she carried with her and started calculating in a hurry. After about 2 minutes, she said, Mr. Yi, I have calculated that if you pay in full at one time, we will give you a discount. The total price of a house with an area of 109 square meters is 10,000 yuan. If you want to apply for a loan, we will naturally welcome it, but you still need to go to the sales center to calculate the specific amount. By the way, I just asked my colleague, in addition to this model house, there are 23 units left for sale. Here are the pictures, you can see the specific location. After saying that, the female salesperson handed over her cell phone, which showed the information about the floors of the houses that had not been sold yet. Let's just go to the 10th floor. Yifan looked through it and said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Yi, are you paying in full or taking out a loan? Do you want to go and see the house on the 10th floor? The saleswoman's voice at this point was significantly more enthusiastic than at the beginning. After all, if he sold a house like this, he could get a commission of more than 50,000 yuan. Even after deducting miscellaneous taxes, it would still be more than 30,000 yuan, and she only spent 10 minutes. As a sales. What she likes most is a straightforward customer like Yifan. Pay in full, no need to look at it. I'll find you if there are any problems anyway. As Yifan spoke, he took out a bank card from his pocket. The female salesperson quickly bent down and stretched out her hands to take it. The three returned to the sales center. The procedures were handled quickly. In about 2 hours, this house of more than 100 square meters was already under Yifan's name. It's only been 2 hours, and you've already bought a house. Lin Mengqing felt a little emotional. This is the life of rich people, right? Don't be jealous. As long as you behave yourself, I will buy you a unit in a while. How about buying the one downstairs? I just checked and there are 2 more units on the 9th floor. Yifan said with a chuckle. Lin Mengqing obviously thought Yifan was joking. After hearing this, she raised her eyebrows and asked with a half smile, good. What kind of good? Do it again. Whoever is afraid of whom will be well fed. Yifan was not willing to be outdone, and continued, let's go to another place this time. The car is so crowded, and I always bump my head. Lin Mengqing's eyes flashed with understanding, and then she asked a passing salesperson, hello, how do I get to the restroom? Turn right ahead. The salesperson quickly stopped and gave directions. Thank you. Lin Mengqing nodded, then took Yifan's hand and said provocatively, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. No. Is this serious? Yifan was confused. Then, subconsciously under Lin Mengqing's guidance, he walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 17. The system has evolved. Before I knew it, a few days had passed. Yifan has been busy moving these 2 days, so he can rest and recuperate. There was nothing worth taking from the rental house, so after dealing with the clutter, he prepared to move directly into North Shore Gardens with his bags. You really won't come with me? He scratched his head and looked helplessly at Dao Yao Yao, whose appearance had changed drastically. I don't know if this girl was inspired by something, but she dyed her originally dark green hair into dark pink all of a sudden. With the bright red lip gloss, the whole person looks even more charming. I think it's pretty good here. I don't want to go to a new environment. Dao Yao Yao fiddled with a strand of hair and spoke with a vague look in her eyes. Yifan blinked, and a panel appeared in front of him. Peach blossoms. Age, 24. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 46 kilograms. Measurements, 83, 53, 88. X experience, 6 times. Current situation, I feel like I am worthless, and the gap between me and the person I like is getting bigger and bigger. I am in a period of confusion in my life. Because of insomnia and smoking, I have some menstrual irregularities. Are you afraid? After Yifan finished reading the message, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that this girl was probably feeling uneasy after seeing how rich he had become. This is also normal, unless you are the kind of green tea who wants to lick the boots of a rich man as soon as you see him. Otherwise, any woman with normal values will feel strongly insecure and disappointed when she finds out that she and the person she likes are not in the same world. Although he tried to keep a low profile as much as possible, his wealth continued to increase. In just over half a month, he already had a property worth 6 million and a luxury car worth over 1 million yuan under his name. It's not that Dao Yao Yao has a low ability to accept things. But the speed at which he changed was too fast, and Dao Yao Yao could hardly keep up. What should I be afraid of, you conceited little brat? Dao Yao Yao walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of beer, and then drank it while talking. Although she looked very calm on the surface, Yifan could clearly see that this silly girl's hands were shaking slightly when she opened the can. The options appear. 1. Softly said, you know, I have a little skill that is not worth mentioning, which is the ability to see through a person's mind. 2. Laughing, little brat. Do you want me to show you the strengths of little brats right now? During Yifan's relationship with Dao Yao Yao, he had not relied on options for a long time. His favorability had already reached 499 points, but for some reason, he had not been able to break through. So, pick one and try. He thought about it and decided that the second option was definitely not an option. Dao Yao Yao is in a bad mood right now, and her period hasn't gone away yet. If he says this, he will definitely be beaten up. Yifan regained his composure and said softly, you know, I have a little skill that is not worth mentioning, which is the ability to see through a person's mind. After that, he seemed to be blessed and continued, although you said that we were a one-night stand, we have been together for 6 nights. As the saying goes, one night of love means 100 days of grace. We can be considered to have a fate of 600 days, right? At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. When Dao Yao Yao heard this, a visibly blush flashed across her fair face, and then she glared at Yifan fiercely. I know what you're worried about. You don't want to be my vassal, which shows that you are mature. But instead of struggling aimlessly and running into obstacles everywhere, why can't you choose to rely on me? After he finished speaking, Yifan took a deep breath, and then looked at Dao Yao Yao, who was a little dazed, with a serious expression on his face. Bite. Favorability +1. Finally, the long-lost words floated before Yifan's eyes. Dao Yaoyao's favorability towards him finally broke through from 499 to 500 points. Yifan thought that this was the end, but he didn't expect a new string of text to appear. Congratulations, you have completely conquered a woman and completed the hidden tutorial level. The system is being upgraded and all functions are open. 1%, 2%, 3%. Hidden tutorial level. Yifan was slightly startled, but then he came to his senses. He didn't expect that the golden finger was not yet complete. He needed to completely win the heart of a woman before he could unlock all its functions. But for him now, the most urgent task is to deal with Dao Yao Yao. Dao Yao Yao opened her mouth and looked at Yifan blankly. Obviously, these words touched her heart. 20%, 31%. Yifan glanced at the rapidly increasing progress bar and continued, Ching, you told me before that your dream is to be a singing star, right? At this point, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Dao Yao Yao. He originally thought that this was a strong and sensible girl, but as time went by and after several in-depth exchanges, he discovered that although Dao Yao Yao looked strong on the outside, she was actually a weak and somewhat sensitive girl on the inside. Singer. Dao Yao Yao smiled bitterly and said with a look of disappointment, why are you still bringing this up now? It's just an irresponsible dream. Having said that, Yifan could still clearly feel the unwillingness in the eyes of the girl in front of him. 61%, 70%. The reason why a dream is because it is irresponsible. Yifan shook his head, and then in Dao Yaoyao's puzzled eyes, he smiled and said, if a dream can be realized easily, it is not called a dream. A dream is something that you need to persist in regardless of everything, even if you get hurt all over. Of course, you are not alone now, you have me to accompany you. 80%, 99%, 100%. Just as he finished speaking, the progress bar that kept shaking in his eyes finally filled up, loading completed, the system has been fully upgraded. Immediately following, a strange message appeared in Yifan's mind. He instantly understood the function of the new system, and 2 strings of text appeared in front of him. Yifan. Admiration value, 2413. Admiration value, as the name suggests, means that as long as a girl has a good impression of him, he will automatically gain admiration value. The current 2413 points were obtained by the system converting all the money and goodwill he had obtained. That is to say, he is now a pauper again except for his house and car, but this admiration is much more useful than money. According to the system introduction, the function of this admiration value is to make a wish and then get anything based on reality that you want, whether it is money, knowledge, or physical objects. Of course, the more precious the object of the wish, the higher the admiration value consumed. In other words, there was a hint of thought in Yifan's eyes. Then he said to himself, I want a song that can make Dao Yao Yao famous. A string of text flashed before my eyes, make a wish for a song that can make Dao Yao Yao famous. Success, you will consume 1210 admiration points, do you accept it? Accept. In an instant, Yifan felt a flash before his eyes. Faintly, he saw a hazy figure standing on the stage, holding a microphone, singing a song emotionally. Because I don't know if I can meet you in the next life, so I will work so hard in this life to give you the best. The song carries a hint of sadness. After listening, he was surprised to find that the person singing, it was actually him. As soon as this thought came to mind, everything in front of me disappeared, as if time had resumed flowing again. But his mind was still firmly fixed on everything that had just happened, as if someone had carved it with a knife, and he could not forget it even if he wanted to. That sounds nice, but how can you help me? Dao Yao Yao looked down at her toes, but then she seemed to realize something, and quickly raised her head and said, don't get me wrong, what I mean is that you haven't studied music, so even if you want to help me, you can't. Anyway, I don't want to sing anymore. After saying that, a trace of annoyance flashed across her face, and then she was ready to turn around and leave. Yifan quickly pulled her back, a hint of pride on his face, and said, "How do you know I haven't learned music? You have a guitar here, right? I just happen to have a song here, how about I sing it for you?" Guitar. Dao Yao Yao was stunned when she heard this, and then subconsciously looked towards a corner of the room. There was a box containing a guitar. She brought it from home when she first came to Yanjing. Ever since the blow, the guitar has been lying there and has never been moved. Occasionally, when she saw it, she would deliberately turn a blind eye to it. The reason she didn't throw it away was because this guitar carried her dreams when she was young and it was the first gift her father gave her. Moreover, although she said that her dream was out of reach, she still had a glimmer of fantasy in her heart. What are you talking about? You've never studied music, so how can you play the guitar? Dao Yao Yao came back to her senses and glared at Yifan with some anger. In her opinion, Yifan must be teasing her. I just didn't tell you. Yifan chuckled, and then looked at Dao Yao Yao with questioning eyes. Go to the corner. He took out a somewhat worn-out guitar from the box. My dad gave it to me when I was in junior high school, so it's quite old. Dao Yao Yao blushed, a little embarrassed, and then said, if you want to play, then play, but don't break it, after all, it still has some commemorative value. Just watch. Yifan said with confidence. He has now completely inherited the singing skills of his dreamed self, and his guitar playing level is not the best in the world, but it is definitely at a professional level. Boom. Yifan gently plucked the strings. The guitar in my hand, which looked a bit old, made a dull sound. It's been a long time, right? Let me debug it first. He raised his eyebrows, and then in Dao Yaoyao's incredulous gaze, he skillfully adjusted the tone of the guitar. After a moment, his fingers flew continuously, and he played an impromptu song like a butterfly flying through flowers. You really can play it. Dao Yao Yao found it incredible. Moreover, she played very well, far beyond her level. At this moment, she seemed to feel that the handsome man in front of her had a layer of mist on his face, revealing a sense of mystery. How's it going? Not bad, right? Yifan smiled proudly. The upgraded system was so powerful that the knowledge he gained from making a wish was actually comprehensive. Not only did he get a popular song, but he also mastered superb musical instrument skills. No wonder it cost him 10 points of admiration. You know, 1 point of admiration can be exchanged for 100,000 yuan in cash. 10 points, that means more than 120 million in cash. There is an idiom that goes, knowledge is priceless, but he can buy knowledge with money and master it instantly. This feeling is so wonderful. It's much better than mine. Didn't you just say there was another song? Sing it quickly. Dao Yao Yao nodded and a bright smile appeared on her face. Then he knelt down on the sofa like a little deer, supporting his head with his hands and looking at Yifan expectantly. Ahem, here it comes. Yifan cleared his throat, his expression suddenly became melancholy, and he slowly plucked the strings of the guitar with his hands, and the guitar suddenly made a beautiful and sad sound. Forgive me, I'm really drunk. The moment he opened his mouth, Dao Yaoyao's eyes widened. What does it mean to kneel down when you open your mouth? That's it. Yifan's voice was already very good, and now after obtaining the musical talent of himself in the dream, he was able to use his voice to the fullest. Although only one sentence of the song was sung, Dao Yaoyao's whole emotions were absorbed into it. It was as if she was the drunk person in the song. As the song progressed, Dao Yao Yao was completely immersed in it. Because she always felt that the person in the song really looks like her. She once got drunk in the middle of the night because she missed Yifan. She didn't want to rely too much on Yifan, but she was afraid of losing him. She wanted to work hard and show her best self to Yifan. Finally, the climax comes. Because I don't know if I can meet you in the next life, so I will work so hard in this life to give you the best. While singing, Yifan looked at Dao Yao Yao, whose eyes were already a little dazed. Dao Yao Yao was already in tears before she finished singing. Why are you crying? Yifan quickly put down the guitar in his hand, walked quickly to the silly girl, held her face with both hands, and said, don't cry, do you know that you are wearing makeup? Now you have turned into a giant panda, so ugly, don't tell others that I know you. Puff. Dao Yao Yao couldn't help laughing, then glared at Yifan fiercely and said, "Asshole, I thought you were going to comfort me. Isn't this very comforting?" Yifan smiled proudly. "No matter how you coax her, as long as you can make a crying woman laugh, then you are awesome. Did you write this song?" Dao Yao Yao asked after wiping her face with a tissue. Although she hasn't sung for a long time, as a music lover, she still pays close attention to the music industry. She can say responsibly that she has never heard of similar songs. Moreover, this song gave her the feeling that it was tailor-made for her. "Yes, this is a piece of work that was inspired by something I just did." Yifan patted Dao Yaoyao's head. "It's like coaxing a grumpy little wild cat. You going to sing for me?" Dao Yao Yao finished speaking, staring at Yifan. In her opinion, this song is of extremely high quality and has deep emotions. In today's entertainment industry where new songs are scarce, it is definitely a top-notch work. It is the kind of work that can take a singing queen to the next level, and its value can never be measured in money. Of course, who else would I give it to if not you? I have no plans to enter the entertainment industry. Yifan smiled and nodded, saying, "But we have no channels, and we are not well known. If we rashly go to a record company, there may be twists and turns. So it is better to register the copyright first, and then shoot a short video and post it on TikTok. As long as it can become popular, we can negotiate with the record company at that time. We may be in a favorable position and can also gain greater benefits for ourselves." TikTok is a very popular mobile phone app recently, and has recently produced many internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans. It is very suitable for them who are not famous at the moment. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Dao Yaoyao's tone was full of enthusiasm. She didn't expect that Yifan actually had a way to help her realize her dream. She didn't know how many lifetimes of blessing it took for her to meet Yifan in this life. Thinking of this, she stared at the man in front of her who kept explaining the details, her eyes full of love, admiration, and attachment. Bite. A string of characters suddenly appeared in Yifan's eyes. "Your admiration value has reached 500 points, from Dao Yao Yao. This means half of the money has been recovered." Chapter 18 Yifan becomes popular. A string of characters suddenly appeared in Yifan's eyes. "Your admiration value has reached 500 points, from Dao Yao Yao. Current admiration value, 1703. This means half of the money has been recovered." He didn't expect that he had just spent more than 1,000 admiration points, but now he could get them back directly from Dao Yao Yao. This way, he only spent 710 admiration points. He suddenly felt like he had made a big profit. "I'll write the music and lyrics. Please sing it to me first." Yifan withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile. Then he handed the guitar in his hand to Dao Yao Yao. "Then, I'll try it first." Dao Yao Yao nodded and spoke in a nervous tone. She hadn't touched music for a long time. Although her memory was still there, it was definitely a little unfamiliar. She was a little afraid of embarrassing herself in front of Yifan. "Don't think too much, let's take it slow." As if he could see Dao Yaoyao's emotions, Yifan smiled and comforted her. Dao Yao Yao smiled slightly when she heard this, and she seemed to be a little more relaxed. Seeing this, Yifan went to the table nearby and began to write the music and lyrics. Dao Yao Yao hurriedly came to Yifan's side, staring at the beautiful patterns that kept appearing on the white paper without blinking. "For a moment, I felt like a red-sleeved lady adding fragrance to my life." After everything was ready, Dao Yao Yao took a deep breath and then began to sing according to the score. You know what, although compared to Yifan's version just now, he is a little inferior in terms of skills, but he is more emotionally devoted than Yifan. Overall, it barely meets the standards for releasing an album. Apparently, this girl had the confidence when she said before that she wanted to be a singer. How about it? After the song was finished, Dao Yao Yao asked excitedly. Just like a puppy waiting for praise from its owner. Not bad, very emotional, worthy of being a future superstar, but there are still a few problems with the singing technique, for example, here. Yifan was full of admiration, and then pointed out some minor flaws in Dao Yaoyao's singing. Again, Dao Yao Yao was full of motivation at this time. Since she came to Yanjing, except for the beginning, she has never enjoyed the pleasure of pursuing her dreams. The two of them spent an entire afternoon carefully polishing the song. After all, if you want to become famous on TikTok, the song itself is important, but the singer's own level must also be very high. Okay, you can go to the concert now. Yifan waved his hand tiredly. Let's do it again. I think there's one thing I didn't handle properly. Dao Yao Yao didn't feel tired at all and continued speaking with high spirits. No, let me go. Yifan raised his hands, made a surrendering gesture, and said with a wry smile, Miss, we have been busy for 6 hours since this morning. My stomach is so full that I can hold a concert now. Okay then, let's eat first. Dao Yao Yao put down the guitar with some regret, then took out her phone and said, What do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Whatever. I feel like I can eat a cow right now. Yifan lay down on the sofa beside him and said lazily. Okay, then I'll order 2 beef burgers. I've eaten here before and they tasted pretty good. Dao Yao Yao replied casually, and then seemed to see something suddenly. Her eyes widened and she looked back at Yifan from time to time, as if she wanted to confirm something. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Yifan got goosebumps when he was looked at, and asked quickly. Brother, you are famous. Dao Yao Yao swallowed, pointed at the phone screen, and said with emotion. Yifan looked at it with some confusion. What was displayed on the screen was a news push with the title, Shocking. A man openly said that black people were big in public, and the accompanying picture was the scene of Yifan in the bar that night, sneering at Xuyang and the black guy. At first glance, combined with the title, it makes people want to click in. Nowadays, if the media don't want to come up with an eye-catching headline, won't they publish the news? He sneered and said nonchalantly. This is not the point. Look at the number of comments. There are already 20,000 people, and the news has only been posted for more than an hour. Dao Yao Yao said anxiously. Of course she knew what happened that night. But most netizens don't know that this news is full of a lot of false information, and even some of the voices of Yifan mocking Xuyang that were taken out of context, such as is the black man next to you enough? Is it just because he is bigger? You want others to experience giving birth, why don't you experience buying a house and a car? Etc., which completely portray Yifan as a loser-type steel straight man. As expected, the vast majority of comments were denouncing Yifan. Black people are bigger than yellow people. There's nothing to argue about. But we women care more about the communication of souls. This man is obviously a loser. Har har, I feel extremely ashamed that there is such a scum among us men. Let a woman buy a car and a house. Does he want to be a parasite? In today's society, it's no longer popular to live off one's parents. Now, people are living off their wives instead. Men simply cannot understand the pain of childbirth for women. This person is really talking without any pain in his back. If you have the guts, why don't you try the childbirth experience device? To say something like this shows that he is in the advanced stage of male chauvinism and there is no hope for him. I found this person's information. His name is Yifan. He's a recent graduate and is currently in Yanjing. You're welcome. Seeing this comment, Yifan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Is someone causing trouble? He looked at the spokesperson's location, which also showed Yanjing, and his ID was Yunji. This app implements a real name system for speaking, so the last character of this person's name must be. Add in the fact that he is in Yanjing and his avatar is a bright BMW icon, and the result is obvious. Who else could it be but Liu Yunji? Do I look like an easy target? Yifan pointed at himself and asked Dao Yao Yao in some confusion. Oh, it seems to be true. Dao Yao Yao blinked and said so. In her eyes, Yifan was not the very handsome type, but he was definitely good-looking. Coupled with his fair and clean skin, he looks like a frail scholar from ancient times, seeming a little weak. Cut. Yifan curled his lips. Contact the system and then wish directly. I want the video from that time, and all the dark history of this ID Yunji. A string of words flashed before my eyes. Make a wish, I want the video from that time, and all the dark history between Xuyang and this person with the ID Yunji. Success, you will consume 200 points of admiration, do you accept it? Accept. In an instant, a USB flash drive appeared in his palm. Current admiration value, 1503. It's just a small problem. I'll go fix it right away. Yao Yao, you can continue practicing the song at home. When you feel like you're almost there, record a video and upload it. Yifan squeezed the USB flash drive in his hand and said to Dao Yao Yao with a smile. Don't you need my help? Dao Yao Yao showed a hint of worry on her face. She had some understanding of the horrors of cyber violence. There was even a report online that someone could not stand the cyber violence and finally chose to commit suicide. Don't worry, most of the people here have been misled. I have evidence in hand. After saying that, Yifan gestured to the USB flash drive in his hand. Then I feel relieved. Dao Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Leave first. After Yifan finished speaking, he left the rental house. How could Dao Yaoyao have the mood to compose songs at this moment? She stood there thinking for a while, then quickly went to the computer, opened the news that had just appeared on her phone, and read it with a gloomy expression. After leaving the rental house, Yifan drove back to his new house in North Shore Gardens. He turned on the computer he had just bought and inserted the USB drive. There were hundreds of videos and some pictures stored in it. Except for the video in the bar that day, the others were the dark history of Xu Yang and Liu Yunji. He opened one of them, but closed it with disgust after watching it for a while. Because what appeared on the screen was the scene of Xu Yang fighting with the black man. The battle was so fierce that it could only be described as shocking. The rest of Xu Yang's videos are similar, either with black people or with white people, and yellow people are the least. There are only a few. Yifan was not interested in looking at them one by one, so he just glanced past them. Liu Yunji's dark history video should not be underestimated. As a civil servant, he dared to go to the club to have fun openly, and later spent 3,000 yuan to book a princess for a night. Yifan looked at the confused princess and exhausted Liu Yunji on the screen with a look of surprise on his face. After reading about Xu Yang and Liu Yunji's dark history, Yifan opened the browser, and was somewhat surprised to find that he had become the #1 trending search under the name of Hash. Even his Weibo, which he had not used for thousands of years, was found out. The number of fans also increased from 100 zombie fans to more than 100,000. I'm really inexplicably popular. Yifan was a little amused. However, his Weibo post didn't have much content, so naturally there was no way for those pastoral feminists and trolls to find a point of attack. They could only leave endless messages and attacks with all kinds of vicious language, especially private messages, of which he received more than 10,000. Is this the Weibo of the man in the video? Har har, he is indeed a loser. He is not even half as handsome as me. I don't know what kind of parents raised this kind of man. He has no sense of responsibility at all. I came here from the Emperor's Forum to watch. This brother is screwed. I guess he will be exposed in real life in a couple of days. Yifan flipped through the comments one by one. Although there are some rational people among them, they call for the video in the news to not be the truth of the whole matter, and ask everyone to be more rational and not engage in cyber violence. But as soon as such a sound appears, it will be immediately drowned out by the spray gun like a flood, without even a splash of water. He even found Xu Yang in a hot review. At this moment, she was accusing Yifan as a victim. I was just drinking with a black friend I just made. My boyfriend came to pick me up at that time. I was about to go back, but I didn't expect this person to start swearing at me. I didn't know him at all. In the end, my boyfriend misunderstood me and we broke up. I don't know why he did this. I'm sorry, I'm very depressed now and can't organize better words. I haven't slept for several days. This comment received nearly 100,000 likes, and Xu Yang also gained a large number of fans. Following this trend, she is set to become the next internet celebrity. This wave of selling misery was very successful. Hee hee. Yifan sneered, and then sent a new Weibo post. What is wrong with society now? Confusion of right and wrong. Has the internet platform become a garbage dump? Before understanding the truth of a matter, you are madly abusing others. Have you read books in vain? Originally, you didn't come to trouble me, and I didn't bother to care about you, but now you have provoked me. That's right, this is a declaration of war. Please use any tricks as soon as possible. I hope you don't let me down. As soon as this statement was made, the comments exploded. Yifan did not deliberately turn off the comment function on his Weibo, resulting in the number of comments reaching 100,000 in just half an hour. The popularity has been copied. In today's China, internet trolls are a very hot topic. But so far, no one has dared to face the bayonet head unlike Yifan. This naturally attracted countless spectators to come and watch. I'm from the Emperor's Bar. You're awesome, brother. Let's watch from the front row. Is this guy a fool? He's been exposed, but is still so anal. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up in real life? That's right, you want us to use whatever tricks we have as soon as possible. Do you have the qualifications? You stinky loser. Yifan's Weibo had become a mess at this time, with all kinds of demons and monsters gathered there. There are some well-known people among them. For example, a person with the online name Chiu Ya even at Yifan on her Weibo account with nearly 10 million fans. It's ridiculous. After reading the news about Mr. Yi, I can't help but draw a conclusion that he is just a person who envies the advantages of black people in certain aspects and feels deeply inferior. Besides, what's wrong with women asking for a car and a house? What's wrong with writing your wife's name on the property certificate? Isn't it because of these things that you men can stand up straight in front of us women? Otherwise, why would we women get married? Why do we have to bear a baby for 10 months and endure the severe pain? You know, marriage is not a joke. It must have a material foundation. Men are still in their golden age when they are 30 or 40, but we women are on the decline. When we divorce, men will still be free and easy, but women will be miserable. So I would like to advise my female fans here to be cautious about getting married. If he is unwilling to write your name on the property certificate, it proves that he doesn't love you at all. As soon as this comment came out, instantly, countless people cheered loudly. After Yifan finished reading this post, a sneer appeared on his face. This person named Chuya, although she speaks in high-sounding words on the surface, is just trying to ride on his popularity. Moreover, her words are illogical and confusing. At first glance, it seems that she says a lot, but if you think about it carefully, you can find that she is objectifying women. Of course, the 3-foot thick ice does not form overnight. Just like the movie Big Times released a few years ago. What is promoted is all kinds of luxurious and decadent life, which deeply poisons those young girls whose minds are not yet mature. When these little girls grow up, they begin to yearn for all kinds of high-quality life, but do not think about whether they deserve it. Chapter 19, You're responsible for your own mistakes. They want to be internet celebrities, want to be famous, and want to buy all kinds of luxury goods. They become vain and begin to desire plastic surgery. But what to do if you have no money? Someone has to pay for them, right? This makes life difficult for Chinese men. In their eyes, owning a house, a car and a monthly salary of 20,000 is the minimum standard. If you can't meet this standard, the answer is get out. This distorted social value has also made the entire Chinese society begin to become money-oriented. The men began to work hard to make money. After all, if you don't have money, how can you want to marry a beautiful wife? Not to say it's impossible.